This is called 12Riven. Well, that's how this started. This is called 12Riven, the psi criminal of integral. The psi being the Greek letter psi, which we typically use to denote the wave function that describes the motion of an electron. I think they're doing that. That's what's in the title, just to be nerdy. It doesn't really mean anything. We'll see. This was written by they only have only one writer credit here. Okay. Kotaro Uchikoshi, and there isn't any other writer credits. Which you probably are familiar with what he wrote if you're found this video, because you're probably someone who likes to watch my videos already. But he wrote part of Memories Off. Specifically, he wrote Memories Off is like a branch. Is like a almost like a dating simulator structure is what I call it. But it's like a branching timeline visual novel where the routes are organized by a certain girl or woman. He wrote the route for one of the girls in Memories Off, and the associated scenes with that girl in the trunk as well. He also wrote at least part of Memories Off the second. By the way, the ones I've played, Memories Off, I've played the vast majority of. Not the entirety. There's still some scenes missing, but the vast majority of. Memories Off the second I have not played. He was on the team who wrote Never Seven. I think he was the director. He was like the head writer. I don't know if he was the director, but at least the head writer for that. But there are two routes in there that seem to be written by him. That's a guess because I haven't figured out for certain they are actually written by him. The lead writer for Ever 17, which is a very famous visual novel. If you haven't heard of it, now you have. It's one of your bucket list ones if you like these mystery visual novels. Remember 11. He was not the director, but he was the chief writer on that. This game, 999, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. What's it called? Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward. He was one of multiple writers on Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma. He wrote D-Team. He's also the head. He's like the concept writer for that. AI The Somnium Files. And AI The Somnium Files 2. And this year, which this year is about to come to an end at the time I'm recording this on Christmas Day, 2025. He has a new game out called 100 Line Last Defense Academy or something like that. So that's what his roster is. That's what what we call it, discography. That's what his discography is. I've played or watched someone else play most of those. The ones I'm missing are 100 Line, the most recent one, and Memories Off the second, and of course this game. This game came out in 2008. I think they finished writing it much earlier. So KID or KID, I don't know if I want to pronounce it. I don't know if I want to pronounce it KID or not, like it's an acronym. KI is Kindle Imagine Develop, who started developing this in conjunction with Cyberfront. Went out of business midway through developing this. And I think it was Memories Off 5 that they're also working on concurrently. And Cyberfront bought up like the rights to this, so it became like solely a Cyberfront thing. And Cyberfront finished it. And probably when Cyberfront was finishing it, all the script had already been written. And Uchikoshi didn't go to work for Cyberfront. He went to work for Spike Chunsoft, where he made 999. Which I probably came out in 2009. I'm not sure, though. And then Virtue's Last War was 2011, and then the third game was like really late. It was like 2017 or something. Although don't quote me on that exactly. I don't remember exactly when it came out. I'd be mixing it up with when Danganronpa V3 came out. Anyway, this is actually released really soon before 999 was released. I've managed to avoid spoilers for this entirely. Like, I have no idea what this is going to be about. As the cars, however, okay, maybe you wouldn't consider this entirely. Let's see if you can see if that statement was true or not. I have read an opinion, or several actually concurring opinions, that this isn't really the best game that Uchakoshi came out with. Most of his other stuff is better. And this game has what they call has a lot of what they call info dumps in it. Well, that is a very Uchikoshi thing to have info dumps, so I'm not surprised. And you can, I guess, if you consider that a spoiler or not, I don't know. It doesn't tell me anything about the specifics of the plot or what type of plot or anything. So I don't know if you would consider that a spoiler. Like, other than that, I know nothing. And I guess it would you would expect it to be as far as like the fandom is concerned, like less of a fan favorite because of how it doesn't have a fan translation yet. There are some group that, like, every once in a while a group of people show up and anyway say they're working on one, and so far no one has actually completed one. Currently, there's one sitting at 60% completion status on the IMDb. It's not IMDb. It's in Visual Novel Database, VNDB or something, not IMDb. That's Internet Movie Database. I'm not doing very well with my speech today. I'm underslept. That's my excuse. Although, why would you have to be underslept for? That's your choice. But it's only at 60%. So there's like rumors that maybe the TL Wiki was almost done, but we don't know because it's all rumors and there's no way to tell. Somebody made a forum topic where they put like each post in the topic was a screenshot of the game in a translation for maybe not every single possible line in the game, because if you're familiar with these games, it's really hard to list all those out, but maybe enough to get to each ending if there is multiple endings. I don't even know if that's the case about this. I didn't read this, obviously, because I told you I got no spoilers, but I know it existed. But about a couple years ago, which is after I heard about it, the person who made it deleted every post in the topic. And there was apparently a YouTube video to go along with it, and he deleted that too. Because he thought, we don't know how true this is, that some people were copying his text into a fan translation. They're making a fan translation based on his text. And he thought that he would be in jeopardy of losing his job if he was associated with the fan translation. Even if he didn't participate in making it, if people used his stuff and his texted it up in there, it could be traced back to him and he could lose his job. So somehow he has some job that he at least thought was sensitive to him committing a potential copyright violation. And these fan translations oftentimes are a copyright violation. They tend to be released as full builds, and that's just how they are. I did a Let's Play for Remember 11 and Never 7. Those builds that I used for both of them were made as full builds. They weren't a separate patch that you apply to the original Japanese version. And so they're pirate copies, essentially. Anyway, There's no fan translation for Remember 11. For not Remember 11. There is for Remember 11. There is no fan translation for 12Riven. It's Japanese only. There's multiple ports. I describe it in my summary of the availability of the Infinity series, which is now out of date since the remaster of the remake of Ever 17 and the remaster of Never 7 came out on Steam. So it's not in date. It's out of date. It doesn't include those. I talk about what ports exist for 12Riven. This is a PC port. I'm not sure if it came as a single game or not. I think Remember 11's PC game version did not. It only came in a box set. I have mine from a box set. It's a box set that contained the PC ports of the Infinity series, that is Never 7, Ever 17, or Remember 11, plus 12Riven. Whether or not 12Riven is part of the Infinity series, I don't really know because I don't know any spoilers, but as far as I understand, it was kind of adopted into the Infinity series as like a marketing thing, or they tried to market it in such a way to make it clear that if you liked the Infinity series, you would also like 12Riven. And 12Riven was part of a separate series called the Integral series. But to enforce that, they would do things like include it in a box set with the Infinity series, for example. So some people might consider it part of the Infinity series. I would only consider it part of the Infinity series if if there's like connections in the plot to the Infinity series. Otherwise, what's the point of saying that? And since it was made as its own series, it could potentially not share anything with the Infinity series plot-wise, so it could just be completely separate. I don't know any spoilers, so I don't know what the structure is. I don't know if it's like a coniferous tree structure, like Remember 11 is, or it's a deciduous tree structure, like Never 7 or Ever 17 is. Hopefully I said that right. They're both branching structures, but they're very different kinds of branching structures. So I don't know which kind of branching structure from the Infinity series is going to adapt. The deciduous structure is actually more native to the Infinity series because Remember 11, as far as I understand, the third game in the Infinity series, was also made as a separate thing. And then they grandfathered that into the Infinity series as well. What I know about that, though, is they did put some things in the writing of Remember 11 intentionally to connect it into the Infinity series. And some of them are integrated pretty deeply into it. So it's not a complete patch job in the way it feels in the end. But yeah, they tried to adapt it in. This, I don't know if they tried to put stuff in the writing to connect it in or not. Now, I have it in the settings page just because that's just an easy place to put it while I'm talking and stuff. We'll get out of that, but I have the BGM is going to be on. I tried uploading like a short sample of the BGM, and it didn't copyright claim me. It was the whole 30 seconds of it. But I'm going to put it super low in this mix because it's hard to edit the audio if the BGM is high in post. I don't know if it's going to be audible or not. Okay. And then I do have LunaHook. However, I have LunaHook. I managed to get to hook the game. I think it's part of LunaTranslator. That's kind of the latest and greatest hot translating tool for visual novels, is LunaTranslator. With LunaTranslator, though, I couldn't get it to copy the text that it extracted to the clipboard, and I couldn't get it to show a translation. This might be because Windows Defender deleted the necessary files to do that out of it, and I was unable to stop it from doing so. I thought I could, but maybe I failed to do that, because Windows, annoyingly, tends to think that programs that copy to the clipboard are spyware. There's some sort of keystroke monitoring programs, and tends to not let you download them or delete pieces out of them or so on. I mean, it's hard for me to figure out how to make it not do that. It's very stubborn because I know what the program is, what its purpose is, and in general, and why it's copying things to my clipboard. I know that that particular aspect of it is not spyware, but it is what it is. So textractor isn't really that much more convenient because right now it doesn't seem to be working for me as far as copying the text to the clipboard automatically either. Textractor is like the old school thing. It's what, I've used in the past for this. But it does show a translation. The translation, though, uses seemingly an old version of Google Translate, and it's not the latest version. And Google Translate has gotten really good lately. So we used to clown on Google Translate a decade ago, but it's gotten really good. But that goodness isn't really reflective in textractor itself. So we're going to be doing a lot of manual copy and pasting into the real Google Translate as I go through this. It's going to be kind of janky and awkward. We've been here before, right? It is what it is. If someone doesn't remember, hasn't been here before, doesn't know how I do things, I studied a little Japanese. I took about a year of it. That's not going to reflect in any way, essentially, in what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to be playing it basically, essentially, as if, I'm saying a lot of filler words today, as if I don't know any Japanese at all, because it's just not enough Japanese to really get anywhere with this. So I'm going to be awkwardly chiseling my way through these games using Google Translate. Because that's how I like to do it. It's not really for entertainment value. It's more like I want to experience the game. But for some reason, the game is just less fun for me if I don't record it and put it on the internet. I'm just a weirdo like that. Is escaping me out of the menu? Okay, now let me see if I can... I don't forgot if I inserted the hook or not. So if you click out of the game, the background music turns off. That's weird. The weird thing about it. Yes, I have the user hook. We'll see if it shows up when I get the first line of dialogue. Okay, that background music is still too high. Maybe the BGM will decrease in volume when I'm not... Why is it weird? In the menu, though. See, if I drop... Let's drop it down to 5 and see if it's actually any different in the menu. Well... Okay, so I guess that's better. Let's go back. And we'll start a new game. Now, more notes. The beginning of the game has unsubtitled voice acting in the opening cutscene. I don't know enough Japanese to translate it, so I hope it's not important. Yeah, Ashita means tomorrow, by the way.
ほら、この番組って収録じゃない。だから明日って言われてもピンとこなくて。
生ですよ。生放送です。
そうだったの？それじゃなっちゃんの大好きなあんなことやこんなことについても喋れないじゃない。
喋らなくていいですもん。
Yeah, kind of small talk, talking about liking things being
ん
good.
で日食がどうしたって？
全然興味ないんですか？ただの日食じゃないんですよ。
金環食だべ。そのぐらい知ってますよ。同じ場所では数百年に一度しか観測できないとか。
Yeah, it's small talk between a man and a woman. They're talking about doing something tomorrow. Maybe they're frustrated about
何
not
時
being
頃
able
見られ
to.
るんだろ
ですね、日食が始まるのは朝の6時19分、終わるのは9時4分。
う。
その中で月がすっぽりと太陽に収まるのは7時35分前後みたいです。
つまりその7時35分前後が金環食の時刻になるわけだ。
Okay, so bring up the textractor and see if I can. It may not be attached. I might have to restart. Let's see here. We might have a problem here. Yeah, it's not attached. Okay, so I have to start the game all over again. That BGM is still. It's the rain sound that's too high. Okay. Yeah, we need to turn down that sound effect sound volume. It's this one. Turn that down also to 5. Okay, it's like the rain sound and stuff. So, if you're not familiar with numbers in Japanese, Ju means 10, Ni means 2, and San means 3. So Niju is 20, Sanju is 30. So if you were hearing those kind of in there, those were those numbers in there. That's what those numerical values are. What the context is for those, I don't know. You might think those are days of the month, but the days of the month in Japanese are weird. So I'm not so sure about that. Okay, let me try to get this hooked in. So the hook code is... Well, we're supposed to attach 12Riven to it. Okay. And then we're going to add a hook. The hook code is capital H, capital S, capital N, @ 450, capital E, capital A, capital A. Now you know. I might put it in the description if I remember to. I probably won't, though, because I probably won't remember. Okay. Start over. Hopefully I can skip the opener.
明日は晴れるといいですね、春本さん。
明日？
まさか。知らないわけじゃないでしょ、明日が何の日なのか。
ほら、この番組って収録じゃない。だから明日って言われてもピンとこなくって。
生ですよ、生放送です。
そうだったの？それじゃなっちゃんの大好きなあんなことやこんなことについても喋れないじゃない。
喋らなくていいですもん。
It also appears to be 11 o'clock, based on what's shown in the upper left at the beginning of this. So it's around lunchtime.
で、日食がどうしたって？
全然興味ないんですか？ただの日食じゃないんですよ。
金環食だべ。そのぐらい知ってますよ。同じ場所では数百年に一度しか観測できないとか。
Yeah, they seem to be discussing what day to meet, basically.
何時頃見られるんだろ
ですね、日食が始まるのは朝の6時19分、終わるのは9時4分。その中で月がすっぽりと太陽に収まるのは7時35分前後みたいです。
つまりその7時35分前後が金環食の時刻になるわけだ。
Okay, so that's 1:30 in the afternoon. What goes in is in the morning. They're arranging something to happen at a certain time. That's all I can figure out. Certain day at a certain time. They're saying days and they're saying times. Okay. Okay. So I'll try to give an example of this. So let's see, it's capturing. Let's see if it's capturing the whole line. Okay, I went forward a line. So let's go to the previous line here, right? So textractor natively translates it to, it must have been since elementary school that I kicked the petal so powerfully. I remember Japanese does not have plural in the grammar. So, oh, the background music is going to kick in and out. This is going to be great. Okay, so, because the background music only plays when the game is the most foreground window. It's going to be, oh man, the jank. Okay. There's no grammatical plural in Japanese. You just gotta tell if it's singular or plural by context, and so the translators don't know, and they'll just say, kicked the petal. Obviously, a bike has 2 petals. But let's see if we put it into contemporary Google Translate. Most recent Google Translate. It says, it's probably been since elementary school that I've pedaled this hard. Right, it actually gets, like, does it. And then the second line, it's probably been since elementary school that I've ridden a bicycle so recklessly, getting completely soaked in the process. Okay. So we're probably, this is going to be a lot of jank. This background music is going to come in, it's going to go out, it's going to come in, it's going to go out. Are you ready for this? Mrs. And it's going to take forever. There was no hesitation. I simply blindly believed the information written there. That's good. Oops. No, that's not right. That's not it. I didn't want to believe it. Okay, we have baka in this sentence. And we have in the middle of the rain in this sentence. That's why I'm running like an idiot in this stupid rain. Or in the midst of this rain. I need this like to automatically clipboard copy, that way I can just paste. Although it was still before noon, the sky was eerily dark, as if cursed. Right, it said it was 11. It was 11 or 11:30 in the opening, in the upper left. Okay, we have the 5th month, which is May. Even though it was already May, the wind blowing through felt as cold as a blizzard. Well, in Infinity games, typically you start the 1st of a month. That's the convention, so it might be May 1st, but this is not an Infinity game. This is adopted in, so who knows. All I could hear were the sounds of my wildly beating heart, my hot breath, and the rain. So yeah, I think that's pretty correct. It's the sound of the rain. Sore kara is like, and then. It's like, it came to pass that. I sped down the steep slope at a breakneck speed. Okay. At the very bottom of the slope, the railway crossing was waiting. I'll see how they do this. This is like, if you don't know, if your bicycle has a fork on it, which means the fork is suspended. The purpose of that is to make it so that if you have forces like impacts or forces applied to your front tire, there's something there to absorb the energy such that it doesn't go kick you in some wild direction and make you wipe out on the bike. And that may sound like it's subtle, but if you've ridden a bike with a decent fork with decent travel, it's not subtle. It makes a huge difference when it comes to pounding into obstacles. And I have, right? So I've done a lot of blowing down things fast in a bicycle. My bike, if I were to hit a railway crossing after bombing down the street, it wouldn't do anything. I'd just go across it and it wouldn't matter and there would be nothing to fear. But if he has a bike with a hard fork, no suspended fork, then maybe something bad would happen. I don't know. What they're getting at, he's going to crash, right? Oh, there's going to be a train. Oh, even worse. Okay, well, a suspension on your bicycle won't really do much to help you if you get hit by a train. The barrier is already down. The flashing red lights are approaching. I don't need to translate that. That's just okay. Chi. Yeah, quickly squeeze the brakes is probably appropriate. I don't know how to retranslate that. I tilt my bike and let the rear wheel slide. It's probably correct. Okay. Oops, I brushed the microphone. I hate it when I do that. It stopped, as in probably the bike, in the nick of time. I guess that's what that set of kanji means. Kanji means. So, if you can see the textractor, which you can't, the first kanji in the sentence, that's time. If you see it by itself and not part of a bigger word, it's pronounced Ida. And you can use it as like in the middle of something, but as opposed to being like in the physical middle, like Naka, it's like between in a time sense. Like it happens after something and before something else. This kanji, you probably can't read it in the textractor, but you can probably like cross-reference it to the text of the game, position-wise, means stop. And it's infamous for me when using the OCR, it tends to like to be turned into a kanji that means ratio by the OCR. OCR has a hard time recognizing it. But this text can be hooked. I don't need any OCR, so I don't have to worry about the OCR error. So I just get the stop kanji. Okay, this is weird. By square box, do you mean the train? Looking into the distance along the railway tracks, I could see a rectangular steel box slowly approaching. Okay, that might be the train. Or a shipping container on the train. It seems to be driving slowly. Okay, so it's probably the train. I have a this rain. The sentence starts with this rain. How helpful is that? Okay, so he's waiting for the train to pass. The train's really slow. It might be because of the rain, but to me it just seemed like a malicious act of harassment. Kuso! Which, from reading Ever 17, to me sounds like an expression of frustration. And when the translators English translators translate that, they tend to like to translate it into a cuss word for some reason. Well, probably because it's an expression of frustration. Okay, we have handlebar. That's what the first word is. Kara means from. So you do something from the handlebars. So yeah, letting go of them makes sense. And then wiped my eyes probably makes sense because that first kanji means I. Not the first kanji in the sentence, the first kanji after the comma. You know what I mean. I'm not going to translate that. I don't know if the drops are rain, sweat, or something else. That's probably right. I'll go translate that just in case. As I go through this, I'll be lazier about doing the real Google Translate more and more. I don't know if those drops are rain, sweat, or something else entirely. What would the other thing be? Cerebral spinal fluid? Unable to stay or stand still, I search my pockets. Okay. I took out my phone and checked. Okay, I don't know these kanji. It could be an email or a text. Email is very popular in Japan over text. I took out my phone and checked the email message. Okay, so this is taking place in 2012. So this is like, if you remember 11 takes place in 2011. Never 7 takes place in 2019, except when they did the remaster and they cut out the date. The original, it took place, if you read the remaster of Never 7 and never read the original says it takes place in 2019. And from what I've read of the remaster, they cut that out of the remaster. Okay. And then Ever 17 takes place over a long span of time. It starts in 2017 and ends in 2034. This takes place in 2012. All these games were released by 2008. Excuse me, I just burped, which is something that's very rare for me to do. So this is May 20th. So it's not the first. We're starting on May 20th of 2012. Okay, today, kyo, that's what this means. This means today. Oh, a girl leaves this world. Let's make sure that's correct. That would mean a girl dies, right? Today, May 20th, 2012, at noon, a young girl passed away. Oh, and that's what he heard on the phone, then. That's why that somehow has motivated him running. Okay, we're starting with a murder. Very Uchikoshi. I'm going to be killed on the top floor of that building called Integral. Or, no, both the translators say it's future tense. So, maybe it is not the 20th yet. Maybe it's kind of like Never 7, where they're saying they haven't put the future, like, it's like, this is a time, maybe it's like a mixture of tenses, because it's the first sentence started with kyo, right? It said today. Now, day, that means today. So, it's weird that it would be present and then, oh, I get it. Okay. I'm so stupid. At noon. She dies present today at noon on the building called Integral. It's not noon yet. So it is the 20th. It's before noon. In a few minutes, a girl will die on top of the building. Okay. The undersleptness is really killing me. I can't, reading comprehension is not working. Okay. The girl, so that's shoujo, right? So this means small. This means woman. Small woman. We would translate that maybe English speakers as young women. And it's pronounced shoujo. So if you heard the word shoujo, like you've listening to how do you pronounce Shinzin Bakura? Something like that. That Vocaloid song, and the lyrics go shonen shoujo dun 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 dun. That's young man and young woman. Okay. His name is Miu. Well, that's a famous name in visual novel history, but it's a completely different franchise. I'm sure you're familiar with her. Remember the promise, the vow you made back then. And there's -- Rimaru, which I presume is the sender of the email. So, odd thing about... Well... No. No point. Keep going. I thought of some nonsense. The train passes by. I think that's good enough. I couldn't wait for the barrier to go up, so I bent down and passed under it. I put on a run up and straddled my bike vigorously. Meaning you did a running start starting your bike again. Trying to remember how you pronounce bicycle in Japanese. It's really complicated. And I forget. Oh well. It was written in this. If what was written in the email is true. I thought about it while running. Well, if it's true, then somebody is planning to murder Mew on the top of this building at noon. Yeah, that's correct. I just don't believe the ending. I don't want to believe it. No, I absolutely won't let it happen. So at the end of the email where you said you made some promise you were supposed to keep? Or that it will end here. Y'all believe it will end here. Something like that. But if Mew is really at that location, blank line, I'm sure it's... It's probably been since elementary school that my heart has yearned for something like this. Oh, is he gonna, turn this around in some twisted thing like, I get to save the girl? It kind of sucks, because he's saying she's gonna die, and if I don't get there in time, she'll die, and even if I do get there in time, I don't know if I can stop it, so she still might die. But then on the other hand, I get to save the girl. Or she's back.
いやー、それにしても春本さん、今年はイベントが盛りだくさんですね。
日食以外にも?
She has a lot of bentos, apparently.
2ヶ月後にロンドンオリンピックの開会式があるでしょ。
他には?
The man's voice is really annoying. It's very gravelly.
その2週間後に閉会式があります。
なんだよ、結局オリンピックだけなんじゃん。
It's like, what?
そんなことないですよ。年末には例のビッグイベントだって控えてますし。
ビッグイベント？
マヤの終末予言のことです。25,640年もの膨大な長さを持つマヤ文明のロングカウントカレンダー。そのカレンダーの終わりの日が2012年12月。
So again, they're talking about some day, they're talking about the calendar, they're talking about bentos, which are these lunch boxes that you can buy at convenience stores in Japan now. Talking about lots of bentos, big bentos, the price of bentos. These things are sort of floating around in there, but I couldn't get like the whole message right because I don't know enough Japanese. Okay, so she slips in her chair. Her name is Narumi, apparently.
何をやってる、なるみ。
What are you doing, Narumi? And I presume boss, yeah, this is the boss. So we have like a middle-aged woman, or like early career woman, late 20s-ish. I guess that's what the art seems to be getting at here. We don't really know how old she is. The boss looks about 60. Oh, boss!
あ、ボスじゃないだろ
It's like, don't boss me, is what that sounds like. It's not, oh boss, to you. Gomennasai, which is like an apology, and then she says some more stuff. I'll say it again. The boss. Yeah, it doesn't like get the attitude across. She's like saying, it's like, instead of like, she's like trying to make it like the boss, right? She's making it like a slang, the boss. Being sassy about it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll say it again, the boss.
監視の問題じゃない。何をやってると聞いてるんだ。
Okay. This isn't about articles. Okay. I'm asking, what are you doing? Articles probably meaning the word the, right? I'm listening to the radio. Harumoto Akirano. Okay, Harumoto Akira's probably radio program.
ここをどこだと思ってる
So Coco is here. Doko is where? So that's probably correct. What do you think this place is? Where do you think you are? Oh, I should have recognized that last bit. Well, I'll do it after I put it in the translator. Oh. That's Tokyo. No, it's not. Wait, where is Tokyo in this sentence? Why does Google Translate insert Tokyo? There's no Tokyo in this sentence at all. Huh. Well, textractor doesn't, so textractor's fine. On the second basement floor of the Metropolitan Police Department, in the room of the Public Security Department's Public Security Division 12. Oh, that last word is heya, which means room.
今日は非番だったかな
Okay. We're off duty today? That's correct. So this is... Last time I had an off day was 141 days ago, and the next time I'll get a day off is, exactly the same as textractor. She says, perhaps it would happen if the boss were to die in the line of duty. She has a lot of, like, confidence in her job security. It's like, you can't touch me.
残念だが俺が殺されることはない。
Or she just has, like, that personality where she can say these kind of things, and, like, it doesn't come off wrong, because she just says them right. Unfortunately, I won't be
もう
killed.
現場に足を運ぶことはないからな。
I won't be going to the site anymore. Or it could be plural, like I don't go to the sites anymore. The enemy isn't always outside, right? It should be right. In some cases, he might be poisoned by a spy who, infiltrated. In some cases, they might even be poisoned by a spy who has infiltrated their ranks.
ああ、そうかもしれんな。
He's playing around, he's playing along with it. Yeah, he doesn't say, oh, is that a threat? That might be the case.
お前がお茶組担当じゃなくて本当によかったよ。
I'm really glad you're not in charge of making the tea. Oh, he thinks just like me. So, what do you want? You didn't come here to give me a lecture, did you? He says, stop it. We're not middle schoolers anymore. Even though I might look like this, I take my work seriously.
してる？ラジオを聞きながら？
Okay, and he's like, are you taking your work seriously while listening to the radio? Are you doing that, what you just said? While listening to the radio? Well, I sometimes have to have background noise, although the radio isn't the best. But what the illustration was showing was her not doing anything. She was just like had her feet up on the desk and her hands were behind her head. It wasn't necessarily background noise. Well...
そうか？
Really?
じゃあもしも仮に捜査の重要参考人から一刻を争う緊急の連絡が入ったとしても即座に対応できるってわけだ。
So that means that even if a crucial witness in the investigation contacts you with an urgent message that requires immediate action, you'll be able to respond instantly? I would just say, of course. I don't know what's with the ellipses. What do you want to say? Ha. The boss took a deep breath and pointed at the helmet that was placed on the desk with his chin. So he like nods towards it. The boss saw a deep sigh and gestured with his chin towards the helmet sitting on his desk. Yeah, so he like nods at it. Or it does like a head throwback kind of thing. Full face helmet, so like a motorcycle helmet or like motocross helmet. Behind the shield, red, green, and blue lights are flashing and changing in a gradient pattern. So RGB on your motocross helmet, it was a diode light, right? Light and LED. It was the light from the diode indicating an incoming call on my cell phone. Oh, so you have something that shows you have your ringtone is accompanied with a helmet on his desk that says that you're being called. And the indicator is for some reason a helmet. Already? Why didn't you tell me sooner?
だからこうして教えに来てやったんだろうが。ったく。
Because you're supposed to answer your phone because it's supposed to ring. That's why I came here to teach you, you idiot. The boss said that as if to vent and left towards his desk. I pulled my phone out from under my helmet and looked at the screen. Wait. So the helmet's on her desk? Wait, then if the helmet's on her desk, why would he tell the boss to tell her that her phone was ringing? I pulled my phone out from under my helmet and looked at the screen. Oh, so you have your own helmet? I don't get what's going on with the helmets, but whatever. That's the problem with these translations. And just me. I can't read. Well, what's it say? Oh, we're probably back to the kid. In front of our destination was a large traffic circle. I jumped off the bike without applying the brakes. The unattended bicycle seemed to have drawn toward the entrance as by some invisible force. Okay. It crashed into the front door, sprung its rear wheels. Let's see here. What? It crashed into the front door. Its rear wheels lifted into the air, and then it died. You mean it fell over, right? I mean, a bicycle can't die. It was never alive to begin with. I follow suit soon. Wait, with the dying part? I don't care about bicycles. Well, they get you where you want to go. It's like, I don't care about the bicycle, right? No singular and plural. I don't care about the bicycle in this instance because there's something I'm trying to do. Singular and plural, yes. Okay. More importantly, it's the door. I have to get inside. I grabbed the handle and tried shaking it violently. It won't open. Not only was it firmly locked, but it also had a chain wrapped around it. This is Dame, which means really bad. If that's the case, find another door. There's no time to catch my breath. I quickly turned around and ran to the back of the building. Correct? There's a pool. It's a wide and very deep pool. I guess I'm presuming this is the Integral building. There was plenty of water, probably because of the rain the past few days. A thick green moss grows on the bottom and sides of the pool. So it's not maintained. Or, and it was also not maintained and empty and the rain filled it up. That would be a lot of rain though. Like you only get how many inches in the pool as in there are inches of rain, unless their runoff goes into the pool. The same goes for the pool side. The moss covered the tiles in a slimy eroding? Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see. The moss is spreading like an invasive growth, covering the tiled surface with a slimy layer. There we go. Rusty deck chairs, torn umbrellas, overgrown shrubbery. There was no trace of its former splendor to be found. In the past, yes, I knew this pool very well. Of course, about this hotel. So we're gonna be confined in this hotel, and it's just where the plot's gonna take place? Is this like the plot engine? We'll see. Of course, that includes this hotel as well. Integral. Okay, that's what the building looks like. Is there a way to, like, hide the text? Oh, that brings up the menu. I whisper as I look at the desolate exterior. So, like, we have save, we have load, we have quick save and quick load. Shoto Kato. Oh, shortcut. Options. Let's check the options and see if it tells me. No, that's just the audio. It doesn't show me what the controls are. Where's backspace? No, backspace. Okay, we figured out how to bring up the backlog, people. By accident. But backspace doesn't remove the text. Six years ago? Yep, no one has come here since it was abandoned 6 years ago. The only people who ever visit are local delinquents, elementary school students looking for a thrill, or couples craving excitement. So they, like, stay in an abandoned hotel? Literal ruins, castle of junk. Well, I don't know how derelict something can get in 6 years. The dead building stood there like a white illusion, clothed in broken raindrops. The deserted building, shrouded in a veil of shattered raindrops, stood eerily and ethereally in the pale light. On the top of this hotel, Mew. I look at my watch. I checked the time. 11:24. 36 minutes left. One of the windows facing the pool was broken. Without hesitation, I jumped into the depths. The depths? See if that's correct. Without hesitation, I jumped into the depths of it. Okay. Oh. It's her helmet, because she's the one who drives the motorcycle. So this is... Yameru... Oh. Oh, that was Rimaru saying just 36 minutes left. Wait a second. Oh, that's sneaky. Wait. Wait a second. Who's Rinmaru and... Okay, so Narumi's this woman that we see on the screen right now. Narumi's the woman who's in her looks like late 20s-ish, right? Which is not middle age. Middle age is 40 to 60. I'm correcting myself now. And by the way, it's a very technical term. You have to memorize that to take it when you learn to be an EMT. So Rinmaru is the boy on the bike, and Narumi is the girl on the is the woman on the motorcycle. Running in the rain isn't so bad. That's what I always thought. Guess running would be the bike. This time the motorbike, that is. We call them bikes in the United States. And also in Japan, I think they do that too. This high-pitched metallic sound, which would normally have been pleasant to my ears, now sounded jarring. Yep. But today is different. I have a very bad feeling. This. The pounding raindrops and the deafening explosions were both unpleasant, and they seemed to intensify the unease in my chest. The cause was one email. I thought you got a phone call. The light on that cell phone was to let me know that an email had arrived. Oh, not a phone call. Okay. The person who sent it, probably, was Yuzikuni Makoto. So his last name first. That was paradoxical sounding. Family name first in Japanese, so the first name is Makoto. Which sounds like an extremely common Japanese name, Mokoto, but it's not Mokoto, it's Makoto. My junior since university days, who also belongs to Public Security Section 12. Oh. The person who sent it was Makoto Yukizumi, a junior of mine from my university days, who also works the 12th Division of the Public Security Bureau. So does a junior just mean like a kohai? Because it, not like a third year, right? Because it would be a junior of her. The text of the email was as follows. XXX level 6. Narumi senpai, this will probably be my last request. Now a girl's life is about to be taken away. The girl's name is Miu. The time of the murder is probably noon. The location is the top floor of Integral. Oh, so this is probably the boy on the bike. Senpai, please protect her, Miu. So he sends this off and he also runs to go after Miu himself. I must never lose her no matter what. In order to thwart that plan... Oh. This is more complicated lore here. In order to stop that plan, the second Eclipse project, her presence is absolutely essential. So not because she's his childhood friend or he's in love with her or something. The problem is that they need her in order to stop some evil project called the Second Eclipse Project. Okay. Interesting. If they lose her, or if lose her, basically, there's no subject to it. If she is lost, put in passive voice. Our plan, right? Their plan will be carried out according to their wishes, and the world will be destroyed. No, or maybe it's the other way around. A world where time has ceased to exist may be about to begin. This is however you want to slice it. XXX level 6, everything written here is true. I guess that's the code they use. If you still don't believe me, check out Boss Room, which is, the answer lies there. One more thing, I think there's a boy named Rinmaru at the scene. Oh, so the woman's kohai is not Rinmaru. So I thought he was going to be when I start reading this, but apparently, no. So how does this kohai of this young woman, whose name I have read but have forgotten, know about this? If he's not Rinmaru, he's on my side. I'm sure he'll be a source of strength for your seniors. It's going to be another one of those Uchikoshi things where it's like, how did they find out this information? And it never is answered. The plot is never resolved. He's on our side. I'm sure he'll be a great help to you, senior, or to you, senpai. Thanks so much, Narumi senpai. I'm gonna write that down so I don't remember it. Don't forget it. Narumi. So the kohai is Makoto. Narumi is the senpai. And the kid is Rinmaru. Okay. Thank you so much, Narumi senpai. I believe that we'll meet again someday. I ran down the long stairs. As I took the last step, an iron door stood in front of me. I threw the door open with all my might, as if smashing it open with my shoulder. I jumped on my bike and went, right? It has a circular floor. Oh, it might be at Rinmaru again. Okay, so we might be playing... We're actually from Rinmaru's perspective, I think. It's just not clear that the perspective switched. Or maybe it is, and I'm just underslept and not performing well, and so everything's confusing me, even though it realistically shouldn't. Surrounded by glass windows, beyond that I could see the cityscape covered in rain. Look around. Try walking around the floor. Oh, I look around, I try walking around the floor. I guess you're trying to find a staircase, right? The elevator might be out of order. So yeah, this is Rinmaru. He finds nothing, no one. Inai daremo. The location written in the email is definitely here. Well, it's supposed to be the top, or the roof. So it would be the highest floor of the roof, right? The observation lounge is on the top floor of a hotel that was once called Integral. No way. Oh, he's on the observation deck. Okay, so we already made it up to the top. Okay, I'm so slow at comprehending this. A prank? Right. It was only when I came here that I realized this possibility. Immediately I found an intense feeling of fatigue. My thigh muscles are twitching. My diaphragm feels like it's about to burst. Your diaphragm? I didn't really care enough to stick it into real Google Translate though, so I'll just take it as diaphragm. As expected, I couldn't help it and put my hands on my knees. But dare ga, which means who? At the very least, I can't write that email if I don't know Mew, and I... Oh, where are we now? Okay, who's speaking and where are we? At the very least, that email couldn't have been written by someone who didn't know both me and Mew. Right, okay, so this is probably... Okay, this is still Rinmaru. So... An elementary school classmate, right? Elementary school, no. Belonging to elementary school. That means from elementary school. No, that wouldn't be possible. Why? Since entering high school, I have become estranged from my friends from those days. They mean they would know your number? Besides... no, that's it. Right. That, and then... Oh, and then... Mew transferred to the school on March 31st, 2004. 8 years ago. In elementary school? So, Mew transferred on 3/31/2004. And right now it's 5/20/2012. Since then, I have never met Mew. But you knew she was in your class, you just didn't talk to her. But Naze, which is why. Why are you using someone who transferred to your school or my school 8 years ago as a subject of a prank now? Or their school? That would make sense. I took out my phone again and checked the header of the email. Reception time. 2012, May 20th, 11:05 goes in. Goes in Juichi Gopun. Is it Gopun? Or Gobun? I don't know. And it's from imz92 at klopsky.jp. No name in that. I didn't recognize the address. Me neither. So the address is imz92. They might put a little, like, sneak hint in there. I don't know. Of course, I'll send you a reply immediately after receiving the email. Oh, you sent a reply or you will send a reply? Of course, I sent a reply immediately after receiving the email. Okay, so it's actually past tense. According to real Google Translate. Who are you? Why do you know about me? Is what is written here true? However, so far, I have not received a single reply to that reply. I bend over and look at my feet. A puddle has formed. Drops. I'm not sure if they're sweat or rain were dripping down my body. What am I doing? I mumble and sit up. At that moment, I suddenly realize something. Beyond the curved window, there is a large area surrounded by an iron fence. It's on the roof. Right, that's what I was thinking, the roof, not the observation deck. I didn't know there was going to be an observation deck. I should have known from Ever 17 that stuff has observation decks in it. I called Makoto immediately after receiving the email. What I heard was an announcement. You are either out of reception or the power is turned off. It's not like United States where it's like, sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Or it goes, boom, boom, boom. Right. I tried replying to the email, but so far no response. Oh, what if Makoto is the source? Like, he's the IMZ92 guy. And he's self-reported to, Narumi. Bazroom? I have no idea what Bazroom you're talking about. The only thing left was to head towards Integral. I requested support from my boss and headed straight to the scene, which is where I am heading now. I don't know the details of the content of the email. You don't? Okay. I don't know the details of the email's contents. I didn't recognize the name Mew, and this was the first time I heard of, The second Eclipse Project. The world is coming to an end, or the world is going to a world where there's no time anymore, or whatever. The world is facing its time of destruction. A world where time has ceased to exist is about to begin. Even if you suddenly say something like that, it's very AI the Somnium Files-ish. Maybe like the second EA the Somnium Files-ish vibe. Huh? What are you talking about? That's my honest opinion. I feel bad for Makoto, though. Still, I couldn't ignore what was written in the email. The 6-letter phrase gave the absurd email a certain credibility. You mean the XXX level 6? Is that not, like, a notation she understands? The simple 6-word phrase lent a surprising degree of credibility to the otherwise absurd email. Well, that's not words, that's... So, the old fake Google Translate was... The old Google Translate was actually correct. It's letters, not words. The new one said words. Okay. XXX level 6. The triple X at the beginning is an abbreviation used in Morse code. It does say Morse code, even though X's are not in Morse code. To indicate an urgent matter. Okay, so I guess you do XXX in Morse code. The level and the number that follow represent the degree of crisis in 6 levels. So this is the 6th degree crisis. Kind of like rating rapids. Or potentially kind of like rating, semi-decibel rock climbing, although they only ends at level 5. They left the 6th grade open. The lowest is 1. Sorry, I yawned. The highest is 6. However, it is virtually impossible for 6 to be used. Even in a large-scale indiscriminate terrorist attack were to occur, the number that would be used would be 5. So, if there was going to be nukes dropped, it would be 5. 6 tells us the situation is even worse. The world will end, apparently. Of course, Makoto would also be fully aware of the serious meaning contained in those 6 letters. I don't think I wrote this... He wrote this based on speculation or estimation. There's no way it was a joke or a prank. Maybe Makoto is convinced. Eventually, the situation at level 6 will occur. However, what bothers me is the last line. Thank you so much for everything. Believe that we will meet again someday. Is he gonna die? You didn't say sayonara, specifically. Let's stop. It's better not to think about it now. Anyway, to Integral I go as soon as possible. I look at the center panel. I check the time. $11:36. Okay, so this is the time that the boy arrived at Integral. There's 24 minutes left. The boy, Renmaru. Now it's later in his timeline, so far as we have read, because he actually got inside and went up to the top floor. So he'll probably be there first. Drops of rain pounding down, and the sound of an explosion echoing loudly. Explosions echoing loudly, which is probably your bicycle. As if to shake it off, I squeeze the accelerator even harder. It's still raining heavily outside. It's pouring down like a broken faucet. If 7 days passed like this, it seems like the world would sink. Even Noah's Ark is unlikely to be a match. Well, it took 40 days and 40 nights for the rain to cover the earth, apparently. Yeah, Noah's Ark withstand 40 days and 40 nights of rain. So you're exaggerating. Unless, well, probably not unless. Likely, it doesn't mean literally 40 days and literally 40 nights. It probably just means kind of close to that number because the Bible uses 40 in all kinds of different places, which perhaps maybe because of like the sovereignty of God, he decided to make a lot of things occur in exactly 40 units of something. Exactly 40 years in the wilderness. The reigns of David, Saul, and Solomon all exactly 40 years. Moses' life broken up into 3 exactly 40-year-long blocks. Jesus being tempted, Jesus fasting in the wilderness for 40 days. Maybe those are all exactly 40 days, or maybe 40 days just means about one generation, and they just write 40 to mean that, and it's not supposed to be taken as literally 40. Anyway, let's continue. I walked forward silently, defying the pouring rain. In the center of the roof was a stupid device. It sounds like a mistranslation, but it says Baka Dekai. So yeah, stupid device. He's judging it immediately upon seeing it. That's a stupid device. Oh, there was a massive device in the center of the room. Okay, so in this context, it could mean big, not stupid. I don't blame the old Google Translate. I mean, it means stupid sometimes. It was probably used to control the hotel's electrical system. The device was much taller than I was, and wider than the house I lived in. I turned the first corner and peered over the side. Or around the side. Turned the first corner and peered around the side. Dare moi nai, there's no one. I turned the second corner and checked the back of the device. As expected, there is no sign of anyone. Third corner. Third time's a charm. When I finally reached the third corner, CG, I heard a voice. It's a groan. Probably a girl. This would be a woman, no child. Like, I wonder how it, would pronounce it. Onanoko. Okay. So maybe it's like literally like a woman, maybe. I turned the last corner as if I was being drawn towards it. Are we gonna get like a dynamite? No, I was gonna say like strapped to a chair with dynamite sort of thing. I don't know. I still don't know how to hide the text. Insert. Delete. Tab. No, tab goes on to the next line. Okay. She held her stomach in pain and buried her body in the rippling horizon. Horizon. Okay, there was a girl soaking wet. There was a girl who was completely soaked. She held her stomach. Oh, I was trying to get the Japanese. She clutched her stomach in pain, her body half submerged in the gently rippling water of the horizon. Yep, okay. Time had stopped. Metaphorically, hasn't literally happened yet. Although time wasn't supposed to stop, it's just supposed to cease to exist as a concept. And things would go forever, or whatever, in a sense. Each drop of rain seemed to be floating in the air. I can't think of anything. Okay. The inside of my head is turning white. Well illustrated. In the midst of the freezing, my cursor is like on top of the CG that's flashing. I can't pick up on what it's a picture of though. Besides, it has the girl in it. Can't pick up on the pose though. However, the blood flowing against her. Continue. But the surging blood within me was hot, burning like fire. Well, main character, at least it's not snowing. At least we're not playing Remember 11 here. We don't have girls like freezing in the... Oh, we have flashbacks of his memories with the girl. But I thought he never met her. The scorching heat instantly melted the frozen fragments of memory. Okay, so maybe he did meet her and just forgot about it, and now he remembers. The intense heat instantly melted the fragments of memories that had been frozen in time. Mew! With a scream, time began to move. I slipped into Mew's side faster than the raindrops falling in front of me. Clutching abdomen. Okay, you need to check for tenderness, evisceration, rigidity, distension, and a pulsating mess. Or I don't know how many of you will get that reference. On a girl like this, it's extremely unlikely you would actually find a pulsating mass. You'd find that on an older person, and if you do, they're about to die. You can put them on the gurney and rush to the hospital, lights and sirens, but you're not going to make it. Anyway. I slid to Mew's side even faster than the raindrops falling in front of me. Okay, so we have upper right quadrant, that's where the liver is. So you have pain where the liver is. And if they're not like squirming, they're staying still, and if their knees tucked up, it's worse. And it also suggests like a certain type of pain, right? It's pain on the lining of on the abdominal wall specifically is what gives you that whole like clutching it, fetal position, not moving sort of position. Okay. Mew, stay strong. Mew opened her eyes slightly, responds to verbal, with an expression of agony on her face. Rinmaru, why? We don't see any blood, so doesn't suggest a gunshot. So maybe like a blunt trauma to the liver. I'll tell you why later. Okay, we got a Daijobu. More importantly, are you okay? What happened? I checked Mew's body. From what I saw, there didn't seem to be any injuries, but I got kicked. Okay, so yeah, it was blunt. Kicked? Okay. On my stomach with all... So there's no like pronoun. With like all of someone's might. Who? When asked, Mew slowly lifted her weak arm. Her fingertips pointing behind me. I quickly turn around. And see a character with a completely unexpected design. Expect like some criminal. Expect someone wearing like a mask or something. Like a big bad villain look. But no. You get this guy. A man was standing there right behind me. He was a stranger with hair like a silver fox. That is, it is indeed silver fox. The long slit eyes also remind me of a fox. Well, that's kind of, come on man, don't bully the guy. If you want to use this trick... What? If they were to use some kind of supernatural magic now, or this person, he were to use some sort of supernatural magic now, he would truly transform into a human. From a fox or to a fox? I guess from a fox, because to a human. Yeah, wait. Come to think of it, when did this guy get behind me?
お前、何なの？その女とどういう関係？
So, Omai Nanda no is who are you? But it's kind of a rude way to say it. It's kind of mean. And then what relationship do you have with the woman? I was there at the man and said, who are you? Dare ga yo omai. Which basically like a mean saying back to him, who are you?
さあな、名前なんて忘れた。
Come on, I forgot my name. Up! We need like the Uchikoshi check bingo card thing up. We got amnesia! He might just be just kidding. He might just... Yeah. Oh, well, though, since making that bingo card, did I then play Memories Off? And then Memories Off didn't really have amnesia in it, did it? I know it's titled Memories Off. I mean, he does have, like, suppressed memories. You could argue. So yeah, Memories Off breaks the streak of every Uchikoshi game having some sort of amnesia in it. But for a while there, every Uchikoshi game I played had amnesia in it in some, like, way. Yeah, come on, I've forgotten my name or something. The man is wearing a uniform. A short sleeve shirt and tie. That's what summer clothes look like. A familiar mark was embroidered on the sleeve of his shirt. It's the Rebrock school emblem. The official name is Science and Literary Academy No. 6. High school, a famous private preparatory school in the area. Are you a student of Rigorok? Rigorok no, Goksei. Although I think it's not written Goksei, it's written a different way. Yeah, it's Seito. Okay, but that's also student. Are you a student of Librok?
だからどうした？お前には関係ねえだろ。
So what? It has nothing to do with you, right? Nothing was unrelated. Today, May 20th, 2012, a girl leaves this world. She will be killed on top of the floor, killed on the top floor of Integral. If what was written in that email is true, who is trying to kill Mew? This guy? Why is he here? It was a no-brainer. Look at your watch. Looking at my watch, I checked the time. Yeah, but it's like, he can't have solved it this quick. The game just started. I looked at my watch, I checked the time. 11:42. There hasn't been any choices in the game yet. I wonder if this game even has choices. I don't know what's going on. There are only 18 minutes left until the scheduled time. Let's go, Mew. I put my arm around Mew's side. Mew's body is still suffering, and she tried to forcefully hold... I tried to forcibly lift up Mew's body, which was still writhing in pain.
Oi,
Oh, it is
mate yo.
writhing. Hey, wait.
消えてくれるのは大歓迎だが、その女だけは置いていけ。
You're welcome to disappear. Disappear, we'll just leave that woman behind. I'll pretend not to hear him and tighten my arms even more. The next moment... I didn't really understand what happened. When I woke up, I was lying on my back on the water-soaked concrete. There's a burning pain around my groin. Oh, I got kicked right in the pelvis, like right in the pubic bone. Like, I guess it would kind of like miss his testicles and hit right in the bone. Because the testicles aren't a burning pain. They're like a really bad cramp. Were you hit? Did you get... Was I hit? Did I get kicked? But when? How? I don't remember the man ever touching me. I staggered to my feet, not knowing why. Without understanding what happened, I shakily got to my feet. What's going on now?
知らねえよ。
I don't know.
お前が勝手に吹っ飛んでっただけだろ。
And he says, "You're the one who just flew off on your own, aren't you?" Okay. No, that's impossible. Okay, at that moment I suddenly thought of something. Long one, so making sure. Now that I think about it, I've had a similar experience somewhere before.
どうでもいいけど、早くどっか行ってくんねえかな。
He says, "This guy is really weird and annoying. Very cold. I don't really care, but could you please just go away already?
邪魔なんだよ、お前。
You are in the way." Mew was lying right at the man's feet. The expression of agony had already passed, and now he was as... She? The expression of agony has already passed, and now she is lying there, listless like a jellyfish washed ashore. Okay. What are you planning to do with Mew?
それはこいつの返事次第だな。
Okay. It depends on his answer.
返事ならしたはずだけど。
Okay. I'm pretty sure, he already replied, didn't he? That's probably what she said. Mew continued crouching down.
協力なんてしない。
He won't
二
cooperate.
度とあの力は使わない。
It's probably he. It could be I, but it's probably he. He will never use that power again.
そう言ったでしょ。
Did I tell you so? Or he or I? Then the
そっ
man...
か。残念だ。
I see, what a shame. So I don't know if that's her cooperation, Mew's cooperation, or the person from whom they're waiting for a reply from using the power. I haven't figured that out yet, because there's no pronouns in Japanese. There is pronouns. The pronouns are often dropped in Japanese. Someone's misspeaking today. Just when I thought I said that quietly. Oh, so the guy's name is Kiritara. I didn't say his name, but like the bad guy is Kiritara. Maybe that's just a name for. It's a word that means someone whose name we don't know. Let's type that into Google Translate. Oh, Fog Temple. So he didn't introduce himself, but the text box has a name. Interesting. Just when I thought I said that quietly, suddenly, or he said that quietly. Just as he said that quietly, suddenly. He kicked Mew in the face as hard as he could. When I saw that scene, my body reflexively exploded. Teme! I let out a roar, kick the water and rushed towards the man. Yeah, letting out a roar, splashing into the water, I charged furiously towards the man. And said, Zakena. I shake my clenched fist. Lowered my center of gravity, twisted my hips, and unleashed all my potential at once. I released. I was going to, but... Again, same as before. Before I knew it, my back was slammed into hard concrete. I feel intense pain all over my body. There were as many question marks running through my head as the pain. Why? What happened? Why is my body getting battered and hurt like this? Even though I wasn't hit or kicked. Is that some sort of superpower or something? I slowly got up, holding back the pain. My legs were uneasy. I staggered a few steps and fell to one knee. Due to the countless scars carved all over my body, my entire body is numb. Are they scars or just like wounds? Due to the countless, yeah, it is scars etched all over my body. I lost all sensation throughout my entire body.
分かっただろ? お前に勝ち目はない.
You understand, right? You have no chance of winning. The man was standing a short distance away. He restrained Mew from behind and put a gun to her throat. Do we have a picture of that? It was a completely unrealistic sight. I thought I was seeing something like a vision. However, on the other hand, there's also a part of me that accepted it as something real. A series of strange phenomena had robbed me of my ability to think normally. Well, Narumi, you couldn't... Are you gonna show up or what? It's no longer a surprise no matter what happens. That's what I thought.
消えろ。おとなしく家に帰れ。
Disappear. Go home quickly.
で、今日見たことは全部忘れろ。
Forget everything you saw today.
そうしたら、この女の命は助けてやる。
If you do that, I will spare this woman's life. Mew was limp in the man's arms. She seems to be unconscious, probably because he kicked her in the face.
わかった。10秒やろ
Okay, let's do it for 10 seconds.
その間、俺は目をつむっていることにする。
During that time, I will close my eyes.
10
get
秒
up!
経って目を開けたとき、少しでもお前の姿が視界に入ったら、
When I open my eyes after 10 seconds, if even a little bit of you comes within my field of vision,
その時は、わかるな。
at that time, you understand? The man said calmly, his voice was cold and hoarse. There is no warmth in his eyes either, they were dry. I don't think any of them are human. What's a Mukuro? besides that one character in Danganronpa, another Despair Academy, they all looked inhuman. They resembled those of a corpse. Oh no, was it Mukuro Ikusawa? Was that? Oh, Mukuro means corpse? Is that was her name? Her name meant corpse? So that was mainline Danganronpa. That was, Mukuro was a character in Danganronpa proper, the commercial game. Her name meant corpse now, I understand.
じゃ、始めるか。
Okay, let's get started.
10、9、
Ju and Q right is 10 and 9, right? Ju, Q, Hachi, Nana. Why am I drawing a blank? Roku, go. Yon, San, Ni, each, shoot. The man closed his eyes and began to count down. Despite this, I don't feel the slightest gap. I could even see that he had some leeway. What? Nevertheless, there wasn't the slightest hint of weakness. In fact, he even exuded confidence.
7、
So the real translation of that is the opposite of the old one. So it's, there wasn't the slightest hint of weakness. He even exuded confidence. Okay. Yeah, he seems to have some room for error. The man is a user of mysterious techniques. I cannot let my guard down. Wait. Or maybe it's just I let my guard down. I couldn't let our guard down, or my guard down. It might have been a trap.
6、5、
The distance was too great for me to pounce. Well, yeah, but he claimed to have his eyes closed, so can't you just do it? You have 5 seconds. That's quite a bit when it comes to closing the distance as shown in the CG. And my feet were soaked with water. It's impossible to get close without making noise. We said he's gonna keep his eyes closed, though.
4、3、
Well, is this where Narumi just shows up? He says don't be in his field of vision. Doesn't it count if you're just behind him? If you run behind him, that doesn't, like, break the terms. Anyway. However, I cannot remain silent and watch. There is no time to think anyway. I made up my mind.
2、1。
Before the final number is announced, my foot hit the ground. I take a step towards the man. It happened right after that. Okay, so Narumi shows up with a gun, and, okay, with a scream, she dashed out into the rain. Ready with a gun. There was 2 boys and a girl at the scene, but it was obvious at a glance who to target. The target is the boy wearing the uniform for the Science and Literature Academy number 6 high school, commonly known as Rebroke. He had a gun in his hand and was holding the girl hostage, using her as a shield. Perhaps the hostage girl is Mew. If that's the case, then ally means the other boy. Well, we know that for certain because the ally was named as Renmaru, and we know that the character we're playing as is Renmaru, so we know that Narumi isn't mixing them up. Renmaru, that's what the email said. He was standing right next to the line between me and the target. There was a look of confusion on his face. He seemed surprised by my sudden appearance. Anyway, his presence was a nuisance. He's in the way. In any case, his presence was a nuisance. So he yells at him, down. I pushed him away and stepped forward. I kept my gun steady and glanced at the clock. 11:48. Hey, her eyes are red also. Reinforcements will arrive soon. You cannot escape now. If you throw away your weapon now and surrender, you'll only be charged with attempted murder as opposed to actual murder. If you lay down your weapons and surrender now...
悪いが、そのつもりはない。
Sorry, but that's not my intention. The calm voice interrupted my words.
それに、
And then,
逃げられなくなるのは、あんたの方だと思うぜ。
I think you're the one who can't escape, right? What do you mean? There was no time to ask back. The strange thing happened before the voice was released. It's gone. The appearance of the target is suddenly... There was no sound. The target's figure suddenly and without a sound disappeared. At the same time, the hostage girl lost support and collapsed. I immediately searched for my target. I hold the gun and swing it left and right. Not there. Nowhere. No way, behind me? No, when I thought that and tried to turn around.
動くな。
Don't move. I felt a hard sensation on the back of my head and my body froze. I swallowed hard.
銃を捨てろ。
Throw away your gun. I lowered the gun slowly and wait for the opponent to
言う
move.
通りにしろよ、三島成美。
Do as I say, Narumi Mishima. Why my name?
所属だって知ってるぜ。公安の12課だろ。
You know you belong to it, right? You're the Public Security Division 12, right? I'm at a loss for words. I can't even say anything anymore. Confusion, confusion. Everything is incomprehensible. How did he disappear? When did he sneak up behind me? Why does he even know my name and affiliation? The Public Security Division 12 is a top-secret government agency that collects information and carries out sabotage activities. It's not revealed publicly, and its very existence is hidden. But
種
why?
明かししてやろう。
Let us reveal the truth.
これだよ。
This is it. He stuck my non-gun arm over my shoulder. Whatever that means. Oh, he stuck his non-gun arm over my shoulder. His fingertips are picking at something. It's a police notebook. Oh, so he like pickpocketed your notebook. It was folded in half and opened at the top and bottom, with a metal badge on the bottom, and my ID and photo printed on the top. Not a single bit of this has been revealed. In fact, the mysteries are only increasing. How on earth did he steal my police notebook? Oh. I'm sure I put it inside the pocket of my jacket. Oh, we didn't reach over her shoulder and pull it out of her pocket. He already had it and just displayed it to her.
それにしても、写真写り悪いな、お前。
Still, you're not good at taking photos.
実物は、そこそこなのにな。
This thing is meh. He closes my police notebook. In that moment, I changed my mind. There's no point in thinking about it any longer. The first thing to do now is restrain this boy. Before I expected it, my body started moving. Of course, you drop straight down, right? Because then shooting someone dropping straight down is like trying to clutch your fingers around a dollar bill or $100 bill that's dropped through them. Has anybody ever tried to play that game? Where you put a $100 bill, you just hold a $100 bill out, dangling downwards. You ask someone to pinch their fingers, not touching the bill, but around the bill, at the bottom of the bill, and you just release it. And tell them to catch it. You can only count stuff you catch it after I drop it, right? And they can't do it. So if someone says a gun to the back of your head, just drop out. Just drop. I grabbed his arm that was sticking out over my shoulder and threw it around him as if to wrap him around. I grabbed his outstretched arm over my shoulder and, once this motion, threw him over my back with a shoulder throw. They call it a hip throw. I guess we could call it a shoulder throw if you don't actually use your hips, which require a lot of strength. Stop! That's what I intended. Okay. But this guy is invincible. What? It's like, don't worry, this guy's gonna get nerfed at the end. The bad guy always presents himself as this, like, invincible thing with these powers that can't be beaten, but that he has to be beaten because that's the plot. And so somehow they get seemingly nerfed. Especially if you get multiple of them. His arm, which I thought I had firmly grasped, was gone. Did I slip because of the rain? No, that's not it. It's just gone. He just teleports. Suddenly there is no sound, just like before. Still, my body doesn't stop. The momentum is too strong and it stumbles. I flapped my feet and stopped. I stumbled forward, losing my balance. I flailed my legs to regain my footing and stop myself from falling. I quickly turn around and fire my gun. Ready? I was going to, but I do not have the gun I was clutching just a moment ago. It's gone. The gun I was holding tightly just a moment ago is gone.
探し物はこれか?
Is this what you're looking for? I direct my gaze forward. The boy was spinning the gun around with his fingers wrapped around the trigger guard. Or the trigger guard wrapped around his finger, more likely. SNW, which means Smith & Wesson, right? M60 Chief Special 2-inch. My gun.
返してほしいか?
Do you want it back?
そりゃそうだよな.
Oh, that's right.
公安の人間が銃と警察署を奪われるなんて前代未聞の不祥事だ.
It's an unprecedented scandal for a public security official to have her gun and police ID taken
ほら、
away.
返すよ.
Here, I'll give it back. You threw my gun and police notebook over there. I traced the parabolas with my eyes. I was careless. He didn't miss that opportunity. I feel a tearing pain in my abdomen. With that pain, I was thrown backwards. This is followed by severe pain in my back. My body hit the iron fence bordering the roof and fell to the ground. I'm gonna pause for a moment to take a little break. Okay, I'm back. A similar thing happened to me. Wait a second. I thought I was back, but now my phone's ringing. Oh, someone with a caller ID from New York called me who was in SoCal. I don't know anybody that actually lives in New York City. It was in New York City, New York. And they only rang a little bit because it seems like they realized they dialed the wrong number and hung up before I could answer it. So I'm not going to subject them to inquiries as to why they called. We were taking some martial arts lessons with someone at the city community center. And he was putting on like a show of some sort. I guess it was for the community center, and it was to advertise his class, I think. And part of the show was you'd have certain pairs of students spar at the show. And he asked for some students of his to volunteer. And some did, and so they did some sparring. Now, I didn't volunteer for this because I don't personally like sparring. It's not really my thing. I'm not really into like fighting in general. And in fact, I'm afraid to do it entirely because I want to protect my intellect as much as I possibly can. I don't want to get any sort of rattling my brain around inside my skull. So, but anyway, it's not really a problem when you do sparring in typical like karate-like things because you're not supposed to punch hard, right? You're just supposed to make contact with your fist or your foot with the other person's body, and you get points for like the contacts, right? You don't get any points for actually knocking the other person out. So, anyway, he decides to say, oh, hey, you, Mr. G-Litter, and your older sister, you now go up there and spar. When we didn't volunteer for it, by the way, other people did volunteer and did go, after everybody else was done sparring. And everybody else sparred with their chest plate and their head guard and their gloves, right? Whereas we didn't even bring those because we didn't go there to spar, and so we didn't have them, and the intention was not to have them. And his idea was, I'm going to show off this more advanced sparring that you do without the gear by tossing in some more advanced students. And then he like whispers to my sister, no hard kicks. And because she was known to throw this sidekick roundhouse kick hybrid with her front foot of the stance right into someone's abdomen, right where their gizzard is, particularly me, and it would hunch me over. Like, it's terrible. So, and she was a lot bigger than me at the time because, well, she's 3 years older than I am, and she went through her puberty growth spurt, and I didn't. First of all, because she's 3 years older, and men have their growth spurts later anyway. So she's big and big. Of course, this is relative, right? She is not a big person generally now, and I'm now much bigger than her. But, relative, like, I was such a shrimp that relative to her, I was really small at the time. So, guess what happens? We're on the stage, and she does the kick real hard right into my stomach, even though she's been specifically told not to do that. And I go airborne, both my feet go into the air, and I fly backwards into a thin wooden railing that was more decorative than it was like a safety don't fall off the stage thing. It makes this crackling noise, but doesn't actually fully break through. I bounce off of it, and then we continue sparring. Whatever, now you know. So I have been kicked into things. kicked backward into a railing at some point in my life. When I was real small and weighed like 60 pounds. Okay. I wanted to stand right away, but I put my palms down. Wait. This guy is gonna get like so this bad guy is gonna get so inexplicably nerfed later. By means of like he just happens to they're gonna write a way that he gets beaten that realistically, given the capability he displays now, shouldn't work. Basically. They like way overpowered him from the front. It's like writing Superman. It's that issue, except he's the villain. I tried to stand up immediately, but placing my palms down on the ground. But I couldn't. My arms are behind my back and my wrists are handcuffed. The way that's drawn, like the handcuff rings are so much bigger than her hands, it looks like she could just slip out of them. The handcuff chain is on the outside of the iron fence. I couldn't even slide it because the lattice pipe was in the way. Oh, how did I take the text down? Oh, okay. Don't know what was going on there, but I managed to continue the game somehow. Why is it just any shonen? Yeah, the shonen stands beside me. It's like, are these guys related because their eye colors are the same? In his right hand, hanging loosely, held a gun. We don't know, is it your gun or his gun? I think they both had guns. Unless, this is always Narumi's gun the whole time. She thought she was still holding her gun when he put a gun to the back of her head, but she already wasn't holding it at that point. That's possible. His right hand, which hung limply at his side, was clutching a gun. The rain continues to fall without end. Yes, we're mixing in some Ernest Hemingway with our action thriller. The rain was so heavy that even the fish were suffocated. Interesting expression. I'm pretty sure that's the right... Yeah, that's the right translation of that. Sakanade. I felt like my throat was being strangled. This is my first time. Your first time doing a mission? And it's this? Or the first time? This is the first time something like this has happened. Okay. Normally, no matter what happens, I can maintain my composure. I felt an eerie sensation crawling beneath my skin. No, I'll not immediately start singing that. What is this? I muttered. My voice was trembling slightly. Who the hell are you?
その前に俺の質問に答えろ。
Before that, answer my question.
どうしてここに来た？
Why did you come here? Why, that's... Oh, you don't want to rat out the person who snitched? Senpai, please protect her, Mew. I must never lose her no matter what. In order to thwart the plan, the second Eclipse project, her presence is absolutely necessary. The second Eclipse project. The words naturally flowed out of my mouth. Oops! You cracked. What is the second Eclipse project? He narrowed his long eyes even
どこま
further.
で知ってるんだよ。 お前。
How much do you know? A world where time has ended begins. That's all. I'm gonna translate that. Repeat that to the translator. Though a world where time has ceased to exist begins. That's all.
誰から聞いた？
Who'd you hear it from? Anyone is fine, right? Hey, tell me. What on earth is about to start?
始まるんじゃない。終わるんだ。
It does not start. It ends. What?
歴史が。
History. I don't understand what you mean. Even as I continue to ask questions, I try to somehow remove the handcuffs. Of course, I had to be extremely careful so that he wouldn't find out. When will that plan be carried out? I wasn't expecting an answer. It's just to buy time. However, he turns out to be contrary to my
今
expectations.
から24時間後。明日の正午に。
It's like if you crack, I'll crack. 24 hours from now. Tomorrow at noon. I couldn't help but stop.
なんで教えたのかわかるか？
Do you know why I told you? Because the typical villain response, whereas you won't be able to stop me anyway. And then it's their stupid mistake. They wouldn't have told them that it would be true that the hero would not be able to stop them. But because they ran off their mouth, the hero then usually had to find a way to stop them. Now, Ruby, because I'm too beautiful? She's really stalling.
なるほど。美人薄命って言うしな。
Huh, I see. They say beauty is short-lived.
すぐに死んじまうやつになら教えても支障はない。
Huh? There's no harm in teaching it to someone who's going to die soon anyway. Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna tell you this, but it won't matter because I'll kill you right after I tell you this. The famous James Bond villain trope that everybody hates! Oops, I saturated the mic. It's so overdone! Question mark.
わかんねえのか？
You don't understand? I'm gonna kill you!
お前の歴史は今ここで終わるんだよ。
Your history ends here. And now. He pointed his gun, or my gun, we don't know which gun it is. Although he did throw my gun somewhere. We don't know if he retrieved it or not. Right at my head. I look straight into his eyes. He's also staring at me. Silence ensued. All I could hear was the sound of the rain falling down. Well, at least he's not beating up Mew right now, since he's pointing a gun at you. At that moment, I suddenly felt a strange uneasiness in my chest. However, it was a slightly different feeling than the ominous feeling. I wonder what is this feeling. One corner of my chest feels hot, like it's burning. Well, did he already shoot you? It was like a small spark was smoldering. It seems that he noticed something too. His expressionless face seems to have been hardened with wax, trembled for just a moment.
まさかお前
No way, you? My voice spilled out. I listened closely and waited for the continuation. However, what I heard was a small metallic sound, the sound of a pistol being lowered. That doesn't make a sound, but whatever. A girl wearing a rebroke uniform appears along with the sound. The girl pointed a gun at the boy and glared sharply at him. So I get a machina. So I get the I'm going to blab everything because I'm going to kill you anyway trope, followed by a machine. You know, wow, we're not really using the most popular of tropes here, are we? Popular not as in commonly used, but popular as in liked. These are not very well liked tropes we're using, are we? Under the cloudy sky, only the girl's hair was shining brightly.
バカバカしい。
So, okay, so now we have blue-haired girl, of course. That's foolish.
正義の味方にでもなったつもりか？
Are you trying to be an ally of justice?
いいから銃を捨てて。
Just throw away your gun.
断ったらどうなる？
What will happen if I refuse?
前の私とは違うの。甘く見ないでくれる？
See what this translates to. I'm not the same person I used to be. Don't underestimate me.
甘く見てんのはお前の方だろう、千里。
You're the one who's looking too hard, Chisato. Okay, so Chisato is the blue-haired girl with green eyes. She's not the quiet one, though, because her hair is short. The quiet one always has long hair. It was the next moment, the man's figure suddenly disappeared. I don't think this is going to have a dating sim like structure, so I shouldn't be using dating sim like terminology, I suppose. The blue-haired girl followed him into the void. I couldn't keep up with what happened after that. The eyes and the head too. I don't know what's going on. I had no idea. Okay, so they reappeared. The girl shot, missed. The guy kicked the girl. Girl went flying. Just as it seems to disappear, he suddenly appeared and kicked the other one in the back. Punched, kicked. The offense and defense changed rapidly. Each time one person was completely beaten down. Okay, so they do it to each other. It's not one-sided? I mean, the pictures make it look pretty one-sided. Each time one person would be utterly and completely defeated. However, the next moment, the wound instantly healed. Okay, so I have Super Cure Syndrome. It's like Cure Syndrome, but like crazier. Revived as if reborn. Getting back on their feet. What on earth can I do? Says both of them. I just watched this insane fight between these two. Well, if it keeps going and we get past noon, now what? All I could do is watch in amazement. What is this? A lot of CGs and rapidly. That's what it is for sure. At that moment, a scene suddenly came back to my mind.
だから言ったのに。
That's why I said it. Wait, okay, so Mew is gonna, like, jump into this fight and finish it off her one side somehow, right? Even though she has, like, a traumatic brain injury right now, realistically, all this is fiction, so she probably is just fine, because it's fiction. Yeah, I told you so. Was that a superpower? Yeah, getting kicked in the face is way more serious in real life than it seems in fiction.
前にいたところではサイって呼ばれてたけどね。
Where I was before, they called me Sai. Okay, so this is kind of like a Coco-like character. This kind of reincarnates in various different visual novels. Sai. Mew put her finger on her forehead and drew the letter U. Is that like the third eye, U on your forehead? Next, draw a vertical bar in the middle of the U shape. Oh, so she makes a psi. Oh, I get it. It's the Greek letter psi. Okay, they're writing it out in katakana as sa-e. Us English speakers write PSI, like pounds per square inch, but it just means psi.
これがサイの記号。
This is the symbol of psi.
23番目のギリシャ文字なんだって。
It is the 23rd Greek letter. 23 is prime, even though 12 is not. That's why I guess we could say 12Riven can't be in the Infinity series because 12 is not prime. And Yuka from... His name's not... Yuka is the girl from Never 7. What's the... Yuki? Whatever the name of the little boy is in Remember 11, he said that he likes prime numbers or something. Which I presume was like referencing the arc numbers of the 3 games, which are both prime, 7, 17, and 11. Oh, his name is Uni. Yeah, I remember, Uni. Saida. I couldn't help but whisper. I had experienced it once. So Sai is the name of Mew. Her name is, she is Sai. Okay. Is one of her names. I had experienced it once. I experienced something like that before. This mysterious ability and strange phenomena that occur due to it. In that case, the reason Mew is being targeted is probably related to that. I finally regained my senses. I ran to the fallen Mew. Mew, are you okay?
これが大丈夫に見える？
Does this look okay? You know, it's like, I'm sensitive to light, I have a headache, I'm confused, I can't remember things. I couldn't see it. Oh. I could see her face, her expression still looked pained. However, the fact that she was able to respond in a reasonable manner means that she is clearly conscious. Well, we have a GCS. She seems to be standing in the picture, so we have full motor. We haven't asked orientation questions, but we have response to verbal, so like her GCS score is full motor, right? And then she's at least up to the confused state. So it's -1 for 15. And then she responds at least to verbal, so it's at least a GCS of 13. Let's go, Mew.
あの女の人はどうするの？置いてくつもり？
If you're wondering what GCS means, it means Glasgow Coma Score. What are you going to do with that woman? Are you planning to leave her behind? Oh no, this trope. This trope where you don't save the person because you gotta go and save the other person, and then the problem continues to propagate. The woman was right where Mew pointed. She was sitting down with her back resting against the iron fence. She seemed unable to move, perhaps because she was handcuffed. I'm sure maybe something will work out. I am a police officer. I had no choice but to answer that. I can't afford to worry about her. Oh, she is a police officer, not I am. That doesn't make it. He's like, what? What's going on? The lack of pronouns strikes again. Yeah, she's a police officer, after all. I had no choice but to answer that. I can't afford to worry about her. First of all, we have to move Mew to a safe place. So we don't do the trope. 1154. Renmaru, let's go anyway.
無理。体中痛いもん。動けないよ。
I can't do it. My whole body hurts. I can't move. The Akane is weak trope, too. Don't be so lazy. We have 6 minutes left. Yeah, it's might be like an Akane predecessor, where it's like, she just gets so beat up, like, and can't do anything. And so her abilities are hard to access. Muse silent. Silence?
何が？
What? It's off topic. There's no time to explain. Beyond the rooftop, the fierce sigh battle continues. If we're going to run away, now's the time. I put Muse's arm around my shoulders and stood up vigorously. There was a sound. It sounded like bones breaking. For just a moment, a blue-haired girl looked away, and the boy delivered a brilliant high kick. Yeah, you should pick up Mew and carry her if this guy was Takeshi, he would have just picked up Mew and carried her. But I guess he's not strong enough to do that. The girl who loses her strength and collapses. However, the boy does not let up on his attacks. Which is good. Because you need time. Before the girl fell to her knees, he slammed his fist into her 2 or 3 times in a row. The girl seemed unable to move her arms or legs. There's so many CGs in this! Her body jerked around as she was being punched and kicked. It looks like a dummy used in crash tests. There was no sense of consciousness or selfhood. GCS 3. On the other hand, a faint smile appeared on the boy's lips. He seemed to be happily toying with and fondling the toy. He seemed to be gleefully tormenting, abusing, and toying with the girl.
どうだ？満足か？
What do you think? You satisfied? Man, this guy's got like a Dave Cooley complex. Actually, well...
これがお前の望みなんだろ？
This is what you want, right? I struggled to get the handcuffs off. Okay, so we're from, Narumi's perspective. We still don't know for sure whether or not Mew escaped with Renmaru or not. I tried with all my strength to pull my wrist out. It was a waste. There's nothing I can do. 2 hard iron rings squeezed my wrist so hard that my joints creaked. Okay, I presume this is Renmaru. I stepped through the rain and rolled into the observation lounge. The door leading to the staircase was in the center of the circular floor. Right, no elevator, and you have this hurt woman trying to go down these stairs. I headed there while supporting Mew's injured body. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the sound of countless footsteps running up the stairs. I peeked down through a gap in the handrail. Oh, it's the police people, okay. I saw a large number of men rushing toward me like a wave of anger. They were wearing combat uniforms I had never seen before and had helmets on their heads. I find a familiar mark on the helmet. Rebroke school emblem.
みたいだね。
It looks like it. Looks like they're not on our side. Mew and I hurried back to the observation lounge. Locked the door. It wasn't long before the door roared. The iron door arced with each sound. Okay, now we have ordinary sprites.
どれぐらい持つかな？
How long will it last? Sana. I don't know how they would know for certain that they were not on their side. I guess they show up and do the murder at 12. Because one of them is on their side, right? Chisato is. Sana means I don't know.
これからどうするの？
What are we going to do now? I'm thinking. Please shut up. Please be quiet. Is Dame te kure? There is only one. It's like quiet, please, right? It's not like a rude shut up. It's like quiet, please. So it would be a better translation. If you want to say someone to shut up, you can yell at them noise or you're noisy, right? There's only one staircase in this observation lounge. The only escape route is now blocked. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, let's switch perspectives again. The boy continued to abuse the girl mercilessly and thoroughly. Okay, this is crazy. They deeply etched the marks of defilement onto the innocent body. He deeply etched the marks of defilement onto the innocent body of the young girl. Okay, the textractor translator went a little bit of aggressive, well, a little bit too specific with the idea of defilement. As the number of scars increased, the boy's eyes became brighter. It was a light that contained quiet confusion and cold madness. After toying with the girl's body, the boy finally delivers a sharp roundhouse kick. I turned around and heard the sound almost at the same time. I knew what the sound was as soon as I saw it. He kicked the door. There was a sound of the blue-haired girl hitting her back violently against the thick window glass. She is leaning limply on the other side of the glass. Her appearance was torn to shreds like a worn-out dog toy. The blue-haired girl was standing with her back against the window glass of the observation lounge. Her arms were hanging loosely, her neck was weak, and she was hanging her head silently.
これも定めか。
Is this also fate? The boy
じゃな
whispers.
ければ呪いだな。
If not, it's a curse.
俺たちはこの呪縛から逃れることはできない。
We cannot escape from this curse. So he basically took the whole idea of Cure syndrome, like that being able to heal quickly and such, was kind of something you don't want, because it allows you to suffer and continue to suffer and continue to suffer and not die. Which I never really resonated with me. It's always sounded like a way to try to be deep but failing, because I would actually rather suffer and suffer and suffer and not die than suffer and die. I'm a weirdo like that, but that is the case. He was pointing the gun in his right hand directly at the girl. And then Narumi yells, "Stop!" I screamed. He waves his restrained arm. I waved my restrained arm, struggling and continued to be violent. Still, the handcuffs won't come off. The clanking sound of metal just echoed in vain.
恨むなよ。これが俺のやり方だ。
Don't hold a grudge, okay? This is my way. After saying those words, he closed his mouth. I mean, if he shoots her, will she indeed die? Or will she just get a scar on her chest? Maybe I'll buy him. It would take make her a long time to heal, so it buys him a bunch of time to kill whoever wants to kill Mew or whatever he wants to do. read his emails and see if the person who's waiting for a message from actually gave him the message, or waiting for that person to show up, or whatever whoever that person is. It doesn't seem to be Makoto because Makoto's already here. It might be. No, Makoto's the Kohai. It's not. I mean, I misspoke. It's not Rinmaru because Rinmaru's already here. It could be Makoto. It could be he's waiting for Makoto to come. And Makoto didn't come. He sent Narumi in his place. Someone misspeaks. After saying those words, he closed his mouth. The sound of rain disappears. I can't hear anything. Oh, it's probably the sound of rain deafens me, right? Let me test that. The sound of rain fades away. Okay, so no, it just goes away. A tense silence filled the area. Maybe just like psychologically. The next moment. Another machina! Nope, gunfire. The sound of gunpowder exploding was heard. With that, the girl's body jumped horribly. Mew gasps. Oh, beside me, Mew gasps. Narrates the same way I do. I didn't even have time to cover my eyes. Before I knew it, the Rebrock man had fired 3 shots. My head is blank. A little later, a chill began to creep up my spine. Renmaru, you shot. He shot her, that guy, right? He shot that guy shot. That's it. My voice came out unconsciously. The voice was so dry that I couldn't believe it was my own. Well, is that the early game sacrifice character? Is she the man? She's not a man, she's a woman, but metaphorically the man in the red shirt? Was that? The voice was so dry that I couldn't believe it was my own. I mean, I would think that these people regenerate. It acts like these people regenerate, right? So maybe she can regenerate from a gunshot. Maybe they put a limit on it this time. My whole body loses its strength. I gave up all resistance and sat flat on the spot. Well, they're not showing the body as beat up as the text is describing it. The boy still won't put down the gun. If you run out of bullets, you'll run out of bullets to shoot anybody else with. Oh wait, there's another gun lying around. So yes, you have 2 guns. If you brought a gun, actually, everyone know about that. He stood quietly, pointing towards the sky. Wait, like thanking God for his power? It's kind of... His shoulders were shaking slightly, probably because he was holding back his laughter. The wisp of smoke rising from the muzzle of the gun seemed to be staggering, as if it was mocking me. There was a gust of wind. The smoke is blown away by the wind. No, that's not the only thing that has disappeared. The boy's gun, the palm of his hand that held the gun, his arms, his back, all disappeared in a puff of smoke. What was left behind was the slight smell of gunpowder and the appearance of an abandoned girl. The image of an abandoned girl. A bright red liquid was gushing out from her chest, although not shown. It dyed and drenched the white shirt into a vivid blood color. Well, that's how she becomes the person in the red shirt. Gives a weird second meaning to it. The original meaning for the expression was, if you guys might be a little bit young to remember Star Trek, the original series. It came out in the 60s. I watched it, though, at one point because I knew my mother and my uncle were really into it at one point, so I was curious. It's actually not very good at all. It's actually quite lousy TV show. But every time they show up at a planet, right? And then they didn't necessarily want to do this at first, but the plot inevitably, in order to make an episode out of it, has to have them beam down to the planet so that they can interact with whatever's down there. And the main character is Captain Kirk and Spock. So Kirk and Spock usually end up beamed down. So there's like one or just the other or whatever, but it's usually both. And then they give the command of the ship over to Scotty, who's like the third in line. And then they sometimes beam down Bones. It depends on if like where his role is in that particular episode, right? He's less commonly beamed down in comparison to Spock and Captain Kirk. And then they would send down 2 security people with red shirts with them, right? They don't go down alone. Well, as an example, to set the stakes, they always kill off one of the 2 people in red shirts. They don't kill off Spock or Bones because they're the main characters of the show and they have to have more episodes. They kill off one of the extra randos in the red shirt. And then maybe the other one survives. Or sometimes they both get killed. They're just in different ways. And sometimes they're not literally wearing a red shirt. Sometimes it's like a person in a blue shirt. But it's usually a red shirt. So that's what that expression goes for. Expression means is that there's like that extra character. And you know that extra character, generally is the trope. There's an extra character besides the main characters. And that extra character dies really early. There's only good guy's side. Dies really early to set stakes and set a mood and show how bad the bad guy is or something. Anyway, as it eroded further, it melted into the water that had collected around it. Even when I saw that, I couldn't do anything. I bit my lip hard. I don't have any exclusive bandages. I mean, if you get shot through the heart, you're dead no matter what. It doesn't matter how many exclusive bandages you have, right? That's what you use if you have a sucking chest wound. You got shot through a lung, right? Now you have hope, right? You can control that. And, yeah. Shot through the heart, you don't have any hope. You're done. The taste of warm blood spread in my mouth. Oh, because you bit your own lip. Okay.
その女を渡せ。
And then he appears inside. Give me that woman! Why do you have to point the gun at you? Why can't you just take her? You're in better shape than me. You must be stronger. I was no longer surprised when the man suddenly appeared. I opened my arms and stood in front of Mew. I will never give up Mew. I'll protect you. I will protect. There's no pronoun there, right? I will protect even if I die. That's what I swore to do. I swore that I would protect even if it cost me my life. Renmaru.
だっせ。
What does dasse mean? Like just completely stupid? That's lame. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like chemo.
そういうこと言ってて恥ずかしいと思わねえの？
Don't you think it's embarrassing to say something like that? It's corny, it's cheesy.
気持ち悪いんだよ、お前ら。
You guys are disgusting. The man approaches, pointing a gun. Find out he's ran out of bullets. He only used 3, and this appears to be oddly a 5-shooter. Is that a thing? I never really heard of a 5-barrel handgun, but I don't know very much about guns. I slowly backed away, hiding Mew behind my back. I was quickly cornered by the window. I can't go down any further. If this happens, we have no choice but to force our way through. However, my last resort was quickly shut down. The men from earlier wearing combat uniforms appeared in front of me one after another. It's like, well, this is our very original concept. Teleportation? Are these men also Psi users? So Psi makes you regenerate quickly and teleport. Okay. Mew said as if to confirm that.
サイクリミナル
Psi criminal. Okay, so now we know what the Psi criminal of Integral is. It's The Psy Criminals, plural of integral. It's just that they don't have plurals in Japanese. Well, I guess I guess you could evade these people if they didn't know where you were, so they didn't know where to teleport, right? They can teleport a lot of different places in rapid succession. Renmaru, do you know?
俺が教えたんだ。
No, I taught you.
もうすぐ仲間がやってくる。サイクリミナルと呼ばれてる連中だってな。
My friends will be arriving soon. They are called Psy Criminals. Our comrades will be arriving soon. They're the ones called the Psy Criminals. And, Mew is the Psy. Wait, is there a if they kill Mew, does Psy go away? In which case they're just bluffing. They would never actually do it, would they? But they could beat her like into like a comatose state. So Renmaru says, so they're your subordinates? So they're your subordinates?
ま、そんなところだ。
Is this whole game gonna be like over 24 hours? It's all about just this particular mess? Like, this particular mission? Interesting. I still don't have any, like, see any, like, choice mechanics or puzzles or anything in this. Like, it's been pure visual novel, like, straight for the past 3 hours. Well, because the time is like 2.5 hours. Kidera says, well, that's about it. Well, that's about it. The man said with a bored tone and brushed his bangs from the rain.
さてと、レンマルとか言ったな。
Now then, did you say Renmaru? Oh, he didn't know what your name
どう
was?
するよ、この状況。
What should we do about this situation? What is it? Is it special that he is Renmaru? Yeah, this is what they call overwhelming forces situation. The problem with writing too much overwhelming forces into your plot is that you don't really have a way to even make it realistic sounding for your main character to get out of it without a machina. Which suggests that if the writer is good, which Uchakoshi is sometimes good, sometimes not as good, he's inconsistent, right? That this means the main character will fail, guaranteed. Right? So then, as a reader, I'm just sitting here, like, with no hope. And I can't, like, root for the main character. I just have to, like, sit here and watch the main character fail. It still should be pretty early in the game. What should we do about this
つ
situation?
うか、どうにもならねえことぐらいわかるよな。普通に考えれば。
We already wasted our machina. There was a blue-haired girl. We wasted her. Well, do you understand that there is nothing you can do about it, right? If you think about it normally. The path was closed. The escape route was cut off. When I turned around for just a moment, I could see the shimmering pool below the window. If you drop down into the water, it's not going to help you, bro. It's going to injure you. It's going to be so hard from up here. Like, Waterloo! Waterloo, Waterloo. Everyone has to meet their Waterloo. Sometimes it's in the hands of teleporting regenerates. Degenerate regenerates. Why are you targeting Mew?
邪魔な存在だからだ。第二エクリプス計画を遂行する上で。
Because it's a nuisance in carrying out the Eclipse Project 2. Eclipse. Is it related to tomorrow's solar eclipse? Yes, they said they were going to carry stuff out tomorrow at noon.
ないこともない。
Nothing is possible. No place is what he's saying. No child? It's not impossible. Oh, okay. Well, gee.
だが、計画が発動するのは日食の後だ。
However, the plan will only go into effect after the solar eclipse. It's just a timestamp. It has nothing to do with it otherwise.
日が昇り
When the
再
sun
び頂点へと達した時それは起こる
when the sun rises and reaches its peak again, it will happen. What is going to happen? Doing the James Bond trope again. He's going to explain everything again. And explain everything to everybody.
時が止まる
Time stops. Huh? I couldn't help but ask back. Yes, Uchikoshi tropes. Everything has something to do with time. But the man.
くだらねえやりとりは終わりだ
The idle exchange is over. Time for another... Well, if you're gonna shoot the main character, and that's the failure, the game ends. So, they have to come up with another Machina now. He lowered the gun and continued as if there was no need to ask questions.
いい加減諦めろよ
Just give up. No, because I know you won't kill her because you need certain information or something from somebody in exchange for her life. And you can't get that like when you actually take her life. It ruins your plan. So you could only bluff and keep bluffing. Just give up.
その女を渡せばお前の命だけは助けてやる
If you hand over that woman, I'll spare your life. Only. This plot sort of works better for like an action game than like a visual novel. It's like I feel like we just fought the first boss when we did it as a visual novel. Only? What does only mean? So after all... That means after all, this guy is Mew? What? That's what the Google Translate says. That's probably... Yapari is like really, right? The sentence isn't finished because there's an O at the end. Oh, he's the runner. Did he send this message? May 20th, 2012, noon. A girl leaves this world. She will be killed on the top floor of Integral. I looked at my watch and checked the time. 11:59. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. At this rate, it will be written in the email. Well, it'll be as written in the email. If things continue like this, it will happen exactly as described in the email.
仕方ねえな
Huh. I can't help it. The man pointed the tip of his gun straight at my forehead.
レンマルお前は選択肢を誤った
Renmaru, you made the wrong choice.
でもそれはお前のせいじゃね
But it's not your fault.
えなんでかわかるか
You know why? He's gonna say fate. He's gonna say the sovereignty of
お
God.
前はただの傀儡に過ぎないからだ
You are just a puppet.
初めからお前には選択する権利なんてなかったんだよ
From the beginning, you never had the right to choose. I felt the sound of my heart beating wildly on my back. I felt my heart pounding violently in my back. Why? I don't know why in the back. In his back. Mia was clinging to my back. She hugs me tightly. It's so strong that it can... I will be torn to shreds. Mew hugs me tightly, so tightly that I feel like I'm going to be torn apart. Mew is trembling, jiggling like a little child, jiggling. Mew grabs my palm while teasing me? I don't know if teasing is the right word here. Trembling, Mew clutches my palm tightly.
レンマルごめん
Renmaru, I'm sorry.
私のせいで
It's my fault. A deep bass sound resounds. The thick window glass rattled. I wouldn't call that deep bass, but okay. The gong resounds. Although typically noon there's like multiple bells that ring, but it was the sound of a church bell nearby announcing noon. When the sound filled the area, the man Dinzek's finger moved. For a moment, something flowed into me. I feel a searing heat. It was as if the blood pooling inside Mew was pouring into me. I felt it, I saw that, I learned that. Okay, so they shot Mew. At that moment, I touched Kami. So Kami means God, but because it's not Kami-sama, we don't know which god it's referring to. It's like, what could be a lowercase god? Oh, and then do we time travel backwards? Was that just the introduction? With the sound, the man's gun flashed. Do we just unlock a superpower? This is the Machina. Smoke rises from the muzzle of the gun. Penetrating into the smoke was a bullet. But I still can't hear the sound. Maybe it's because the bullet is faster than the speed of sound. I was surprised to find myself thinking calmly. What on earth is going on? Why am I thinking faster than the bullet? You realize how slow thoughts are? Still, it seemed like there was no time left for me to fold my arms and continue contemplating. The bullet was flying straight towards my forehead. Must be avoided, that's what I thought. But my body doesn't move as I want. The air is heavy, it's a tremendous resistance. I felt like I was swimming in molten lead. With some awkward moments, I managed to turn around. There was a small, shrunken figure of Mew. I wrapped my arms around Mew and crouched down as I hugged her. The bullet whizzes past my head. Okay, so the main character has time powers too. That's the Machina, so we did get a second Machina. The cut hair flutters in the air. It wasn't just one bullet. We're gonna do like Spider-Man with time slowed down at the same time. They attacked me with 2, 3, and 4 shots as if they were about to overlap. I held down Mew's body and lowered myself further. A bullet passes over my head. It hits the window glass, shattering it, and goes through. Oh, they're gonna shoot out the glass, that's what we're gonna run through? Many white flowers bloomed around the bullet hole. Countless small cracks. The window had cracked. Window was cracked. I can do it, I'm sure this will work. It flew. Or I flew. It just flew. The words flew. There's no subject pronoun. It's just flew. I threw myself to the window while holding Mew tightly to my chest. The falling raindrops looked like powdered snow. Raindrops? Is that glass shards? The falling raindrops were like snowflakes. Okay, interesting. They descended from the sky so slowly and gently that I could almost scoop it up in the palm of my hand. Well, don't scoop up the glass shatterings, the shattered glass. They descended from the heavens slowly and gently, as if you could scoop them up with your hands. There are pieces of broken glass floating around. Water droplets touched the debris. The pieces rolled around and danced around. A small splash of water splashes. It spreads as a fine mist. Each particle shines like a sparkling star. It was a very mysterious sight. It looked more beautiful and colorful than anything I'd ever seen before. Renmaru paused. I turned my gaze to my chest. I found nostalgic features there. Mew. She was looking up at me. No words were needed. It was nice to just have a skin-to-skin contact. The comforting warmth fills the gap of 8 years. She has grown up a little. Her appearance is also different from back then. However, there is one thing that remains the same. It's a smile. Mew is smiling like the May sun at the tip of my nose. Well... Wow, 3 hours in and I finally get the intro cutscene. This is going to be a very long game. This is so long. Oh dear. Still no choices or anything, by the way. It's just like straight linear so far. I guess that was the intro. Maybe the intro is just really late in the game. Woo. Pwah. Blah. It was almost the same time that they surfaced. From the pool? After Mew and I confirmed each other safely, we started swimming toward the pool side. Okay, so what you're saying is they jumped out the window into the pool. We don't know how high the roof is, but from the picture they showed, it seemed like my memory, which is not photographic, it was like 7 or 8 floors, right? If you fall like 7 or 8 floors into a pool, you're like dead. But whatever, we'll just roll with it. That's kind of why I didn't think the pool was going to be like a Chekhov's gun, because like I didn't think, falling in the pool. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors already shown. Grasp the ladder underwater and pull yourself up at once. I grasped the ladder up underwater and pulled myself up. Before long, Mew also slipped into my side. Shortly after, Mew also slipped in beside me. Okay. Okay, we have breathing. Mew has slow breathing. Renmaru is tachypnic. Repeat your breathing without hesitation. Oh. I breathed rapidly and shallowly. I felt like I wanted to scrape up all the oxygen that was everywhere and shove it into my lungs. My head is foggy, my body feels tired. However, it was a little different from the feeling of oxygen deprivation, as I used up all my energy slowing down time. I wonder what is this strange feeling? Maybe it's like an absorb thing, like because you were in contact with Mew like gave you a power in that moment. Maybe that's how this mechanic is going to work. I can't put it into words, but it feels like my consciousness isn't adjusting to my body. I felt like I was borrowing somebody else's body, which made me feel uncomfortable.
レンマル、今何時？
Renmaru, what time is it now? I was unable to respond immediately to Mew's sudden question. I couldn't think properly.
ねえ、聞いてるんだけど。
Hey, I'm listening. Why do you ask that?
だって、
Because
あれから何時間も経ってるような気しない？
it feels like hours have passed since then, don't you think? Huh. Well, how long was he slowing time down for? Or who was slowing or speeding up time, or what? Now that you mention it, it certainly doesn't feel like it certainly doesn't feel like that. Now that you mention it, I can't deny that I had a similar feeling. I look at my watch. I check the time. 12:02. Yeah, like 2 minutes past. This is kind of a long time for just falling in a pool and swimming out of it. 2 minutes. Eh? 12:02. It's only been 2 minutes since the rebroke guy shot his gun.
本当に？
Really?
だとしたら、
If that's the case, then we really, slowed down time for us. Mew looked at the window of the observation lounge with the hole and said,
だとしたら逃げなきゃまずいんじゃないの？
If that's the case, would it not be a bad idea to run away?
あいつらきっと追いかけてくるよ。
They'll definitely come running after me. Mew turns toward me. I also look at Mew's face. Drops are dripping from her wet bangs. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Before the 4th drop fell, I grabbed Mew's wrist and started running. I found the fallen bicycle in front of the front entrance. I quickly woke it up. Stood it up. Well, it's the same word, probably, as she used to refer to waking up from sleep. I quickly stood it up. Yeah, Google Translate doesn't... The current Google Translate struggles with it, too. With a sudden movement and straddled the saddle. Ride. It's no ray, right? It's a no. That's how you pronounce that? I can put in Google Translate, it'll tell me. Yeah, it's no ray. Yeah, I'll just strope. Okay, I placed Mew on the carrier and kicked the pedals forcefully. There's so many CGs in this. They do a lot of art. It's like as much CGs so far already as the totality of the entirety of Ever 17. It slides down the steep slope as if rolling. Mew was probably frightened by that speed, and she clung tightly to my back. The feeling on the tip of my nose is a little embarrassing. The sensation on the tip of my nose feels a little embarrassing. I don't know what your tip of your nose is, but okay. But that's to do with it. Also, I felt a bulge that wasn't there 8 years ago. But this is not the time to be embarrassed. If you don't report it to the police as soon as possible. That was then. I suddenly realized something. Hey Mew.
何
What? Did you notice?
何のこと
What do you mean? Look at the sky. It's sunny, right? It was raining so hard just a while ago.
だから言ったじゃない
Well, it was raining to set the atmosphere for the fight. It's no longer a fight, so we don't need it anymore. That's what I said.
あれから何時間も経ってるような気がするって
It feels like hours have passed since then. Ah.
本当に今12時ちょっと過ぎなの
Is it really a little past 12 o'clock now? Or maybe the watch? The watch got modified. Oh well, that's great. Textractor freaks out. But let us grab this and put it into Google Translate. No doubt. That's what the watch said. Well,
メン
time
マルの時
trick.
計ちょっと遅れてるんじゃない
It's another thing for the bingo card. Time trick. Is it Rimaru's clock a little late? I just set the time. It's not even a second off.
じゃあプールに落ちた時に壊れちゃったとか
Then it broke when you fell into the pool. That's not it either. The watch I'm wearing is the water resistant to 3 atmospheres. 30 atmospheres, sorry. 30 atmospheres. That's what I wanted to say, but I swallowed my words. Because I didn't think it was necessary to teach them. You must know a lot about my watch.
どうしたの
What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Anyway, the watch isn't broken, absolutely. I felt like I wanted to say something. I felt a presence behind me as if someone wanted to say something. Before she could question me, I finished my sentence. Besides, think about it, okay? You and I broke through the window of the observation lounge and fell into the pool directly below, right? Even if it were just fluff, there's no way it would take hours for us to fall.
そりゃそうだけど
That's true, but we're slowly falling because he used some time power to slowly fall, and the side criminal guys didn't catch him because they thought they fell all the way down to the pool, and they just didn't find them at the pool and just didn't think to look up. The infamous didn't think to look up trope. That's true, but I noticed it myself. If you're saying contradictory things, is that why they didn't get injured when they landed in the pools? Because they fell slowly. I was aware of it myself. I knew I was saying contradictory things. Intuitively, what Mew was saying seemed more correct. But the rational mind inside me denied that. Well, if you think about it realistically, it's impossible for many hours passed before Mew and I fell into the pool. This is... Oh, why does it have to... So, trying to go through the Uchikoshi, library of ways to do this, right? I don't know. Trying to make an Ever 17 sort of thing out of this. When things are like a different time than they seem, why is that? Because your watch is wrong. That's the time trick thing, right? Your watch is wrong. Also, you could be changed places with another time, where something identical is happening, but not. Like, they did this whole weather thing in Remember 11, too, and how they justified it was the weirdest thing. The solution to it was the weirdest thing ever. The whole geographical area was being switched to a different place on the globe. Like, the land was being switched. Was why the weather was weird. So it's like the whole, like, integral, the building would have had to move to a completely different place entirely. Like, it would have to be moved to, like, China or something. Like, somewhere where the weather was different. But they seem to be moving a long distance on this bicycle. It's not like the Remember 11 situation where they were really confined. If you think about it realistically, it's impossible for many hours passed before Mew and I fell into the pool. The sudden onset of rain may not be a big concern, or offset the lack of rain. I mean, sometimes it stops raining quickly. If you're like in the South United States where it kind of rains off and on a lot. Rains often, but it never really rains hard. It kind of goes off and on. The fact that the rain suddenly stopped might not be something to worry about too much. Really? Is it really like that? Even though I had doubts, my legs continued to rotate mechanically without resting. The destination, the police station, is just past the shopping street. I whipped my swollen thighs and jumped into the long shopping street. I whipped? Well, that kind of makes sense, but it's probably not the best translation. Okay, it is. I whipped them. Pon is to whip, I guess. Well, Pon's probably swollen. Okay. It was when they were approaching the last store. What? Yeah, Misei's there. When we were approaching the last store. Mew let a sharp cry just as that we approached the last shop. Stop. I squeeze the brakes reflexively. Mew's entire weight falls on my back.
急に止まらないでよ
Don't stop suddenly. Well, you said stop suddenly. You were the one who told me to stop.
ああもうそんなことどうでもいいや
Oh no, I don't care about that.
とにかく見て
Just look. What?
商店街
Shopping district. I turned around as if to be invited. Man, there's so many weird sprite variations too. So what about the shopping district? Is it not supposed to be here? Are they in the wrong place? Did they get place swapped? Is Remember 11 all over again? No words came out for a while. I feel a cold sensation at the bottom of my chest.
ねまる今日って何曜日
Ranmaru, what day of the week is it today? We didn't know that. We only knew it was May 20th. You asked in a soulless voice. Sunday. Gogetsu. I don't remember the name for the 20th. The 20th day is a weird special word in Japan. Japanese is not just simply 20 day. I don't remember what it is. Ichinichi, which means Sunday. Literally, the sun's day. Right? Sunday is the sun's day. Monday is the moon's day. Those are the only two I know. Well, why am I saying that? Okay. In sequence, right? I know Thursday is Thor's day, as in the Norse god Thor. And I think Saturday probably comes from Sabbath. It probably comes from Sabbato. But we switch the words around in English. The letters around, the consonants around in English say Satur instead of or whatever. Anyway, there's all kinds of weird gods that like show up in the days of the week. But Sunday and Monday are sun and moon. And Japanese is no different. It's Ichi Nichi, and it's Getsu. It's Ichi-yobi, Nichi-yobi, and Getsu-yobi. Nichi-yobi and Getsu-yobi, which are the sun day and the moon day in the kanji match. There was no life in her voice. Oh. There's no, it's mine. Okay, there's no life in my voice as I answered. I could barely spit it out.
だとするとここは日曜日の昼下がりの商店街ってことになるよね。
If that's the case, then the shopping district is on a Sunday afternoon, right? Ah.
じゃあどうして
And Sunday is the off day in Japan because I guess there's enough Jewish presence to make Saturday an off day in Japan. Then
なんで人が
why are people
誰もいないの
why aren't they there anymore? Why isn't there anyone? Oh, okay, so that they shop on Sunday because it's the day off on Sunday. They don't shop the other days because they're working. Yeah, so why in the Western world, like the United States, they typically have Saturday and Sunday off is because Saturday is the Jewish Sabbath and Sunday is the Christian day of worship. Isn't really a substitute for the Sabbath unless you have a specific church that tries to claim that. Well, I think it's in like a lot of the Anglican stuff, the London Baptist Confession of Faith and the Westminster and stuff, which is like an Anglican thing. They'll claim that Sunday replaced the Sabbath. Not all Christians think Sunday replaced the Sabbath. I don't. But it is the Christian day of worship, so that's why you get Saturday and Sunday off, and nothing else off. The shopping streets were bright. The street was brightly lit. All the store shutters are open and the products are neatly displayed. However, there is no person in sight. There is also an old man working at a fish shop, calling customers in a vague voice. The sight of old ladies having fun in a worthless meeting. The little kids who would normally be hanging out in front of the gacha were also there. Everyone, no one, not even one person. It was nowhere to be seen. Except people who are retired and too young to work, right? What the hell happened? So we didn't place travel because it is the shopping district they recognize, right? They just time traveled. A small murmur echoes through the deserted shopping district. They dodged the bullets, jumped out the glass, and time traveled away. So is it going to be a Never 7 thing? We try to recreate that? Like, it's like reverse Never 7, because Never 7, you go back and recreate the situation such that you tumble, just like the Yuka round at Never 7, right? So you tumble off a cliff and fall into, well, there's water down there, but the way the cliff is shaped, it implies you would die, because it's like jagged or something, right? Here, you tumble off the cliff to start with and go back in time, and you want to do something different, so you just don't go to get out of the loop. Besides tumbling off the cliff, there's not really a cliff, it's a hotel building, you know, you're still falling off of something. A small murmur echoed through the deserted shopping street.
所持していた学生証から名前が判明した。
Okay, we got a non-rebreather on her. Surgical tools. Otemachi. His character is named. Okay, that's the name. Okay, so it's the surgeon. The name was found out from the student ID.
彼女の名前は猪瀬千里。リブロクの生徒だ。
the young woman's name. It's just her name. Yeah, Kanojo is just her. It's just a pronoun. Okay. Her name is Chisato Inose, or it's Inose Chisato, right? Where Chisato is written in katakana, which implies it's a borrowed family name, which is interesting. A borrowed first name. Inose is the family name because the textractor translator switched them to the American way. Okay. She's a student at Reblock.
リブロックってのは
Reblock is official name in Science Literary Academy 6th High School. A private preparatory school established 12 years ago that provides integrated middle and high school education. Sounds like a perfect place for a killing game. There's a first to fifth junior high schools. There are first to fifth junior high schools and high schools in major cities across the country. And the best students are gathered at the 6th high school, and that's in this city. There's different levels. You're placed based on your academic performance. The chairman's name is Carl G. Hauptmann. German. Deutsche. He's a German. Of course. Of course he's German. Rather than being an educator, he is a talented businessman who is good at making money and also serves as an advisor and director of large companies. He said this in one breath while playing around with the laptop on his lap.
やっぱり知ってたか。
I guess you knew all along. I heard the sound of the notebook closing. Narumi, did you forget? I am CPS.
サイクロペディア症候群。
Cyclopedia syndrome. That's
目にしたもの、耳にしたものすべてを記憶してしまう不思議な病気。
a mysterious disease that remembers everything you see and hear. Okay, so this guy is called Otemachi. New character. So is he a doctor or something? So it doesn't look like they're necessarily doing an operation, they just have a suction machine there. Mysterious disease that causes a person to remember everything they see and hear. Well, that could be associated with autism, right? If you remember a
そうし
whole
て
bunch
獲
of
得された
detail.
記憶は生涯消えることはない。死ぬまで忘れることができない。
Because the autistic brain has a greater difficulty to abstract, so it just remembers things by just remembering every detail of everything. Theories acquired in this way will never disappear throughout your life and cannot be forgotten until you die. Yes, no matter how painful the past. I muttered to myself as I continued working. Okay, so she has a superpower too, basically. She has perfect memory, like videographic memory of her entire life. Now we know. Narumi says, hey, more than anything, Otemachi, why are you involved in this matter? Otemachi answered in a troubled manner. Oh wait, who has the superpower? Otemachi or I don't know. I guess she's. I assumed it was Narumi because Otemachi is like saying, "Oh, I know why you remember. You have this disorder, not because you're CPS." Anyway,
ボスからの直々のお達しだ。
this is a direct message from the boss.
ナルミは何をしでかすかわからない。面倒見てやってくれ。だとさ。
I don't know what Narumi will do. Please take care of me. What? They said you never know what Narumi might do. Please keep an eye on her. Oh, okay. Boss is the old man who told me that there was a call on my cell phone. Apparently his name is he's only identified as boss because, well, that's his title card is boss. This trope will be brought up again later in a later Uchikoshi game. The manager of Section 12. He is the direct boss of me, Makoto, and Otemachi, who is currently next to me. Okay. Let me confirm. Does that mean do a joint investigation with me? Does that mean you want me to conduct a joint investigation with you as
何かご
Otemachi?
不満でも
Do you have any complaints? Choice! We've got a choice! Okay. Can we do a save here? Sweet. So Betsuni is kind of like... So we're not actually textracting this. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, yeah, this won't hook. Now, I just I just would have chopped out a chunk of the video right there in post. Because... I accidentally showed my computer name, and I think I should change that at some point because that's getting me in trouble recording-wise. So, great. So this is probably, I'd love to, Betsuni is probably like, well, so I'm going to pick the top answer. Oh, that's a rejection. Okay. Well, we can go back and change it because I made a save file. It's not natural. I am very dissatisfied. Of course not. I am extremely dissatisfied. Oh, okay. The Public Security Division 12 is a top-secret government agency that collects information and carries out sabotage activities. Each of the agents assigned to it is given their own unique mission, and they rarely work together as a duo or team. That's why I'm dissatisfied. It can't be helped, and that it's difficult to do. Moreover, the partner is Otemachi.
あんまり過信するなよ、なるみ。
Do not be too confident, Narumi. What does it mean? What do you mean?
お前は自分の才能にうぬぼれている。
You are conceited about your talent.
頭にぎっしりと詰まった知識に溺れ、溢れ返った情報に踊らされている。
Okay, so Otemachi has the videographic memory then. I'm drowning in knowledge packaged into my head, and I'm being blown away by the flood of information. What do you want to say?
助言だよ。
Just some
この世の
advice.
中に存在するありとあらゆる問題は、知識や情報によって解決された試しがない。
All the problems that exist in this world have never been solved by knowledge or information.
大事なのは、その裏側に隠された本質を見抜くことだ。
The important thing to see, though, through the essence hidden behind the scenes.
インスピレーションによって。
By inspiration. What is that? Don't say things like last century's New Age rash. While staring at the computer monitor, I did whatever I wanted. Are you planning to start talking about the Mayan civilization next? Well, this isn't a Chikoshi game. That's next. Next to make it feel Tomachi shaking his head in
なるみ
exasperation.、
一つテストをしよ
Narumi, let us do a test.
う。お前は俺について何を知っている？
What do you know about me? Everything. Everything, even things I didn't want to know.
例えば
Oh, okay. For example, born at 10/2016 on Tuesday, November 13th, 1979. Okay, so he's 33. Inokicho Hospital, Omiya City, Saitama Prefecture. Current age is 32. Oh, okay, so he's... because we haven't gotten to November yet. We're still in May, right? So he's actually still 32. I calculated that wrong. Zodiac sign is Scorpio. Blood type is B. His occupation is a police officer. I belong to the same security division. You belong to the same security division 12 as me. Well, that means you're 5 years senior to me.
一応ってなんだよ。
What do you mean by just in case? You don't feel like a senior.
たく
Tuck. Probably means talk. Your favorite food is jam bread. The food you dislike is everything except jam bread. You can live well with such a diet.
余計なお世話だ。
Thanks for your
も
help.
っとこう他にあるだろ
There are more like this elsewhere.
俺のアイデンティティに関するようなことが。
Something related to my identity. You don't have an identity. Do I know how to deal with these like choices where it doesn't extract? Am I going to need to use an OCR alongside this? As I don't know these kanji. I'm going to pick the top one just cause. Wait, why is it not? Oh, my mouse is there. Your hobby. Okay, so the top one is hobby. Your hobby is freediving. Your special skill is the same. Diving. You can go back and forth across a 50-meter pool without taking a breath. Not sure if it's true or not.
本当だ。
It's true. And then let me see. Address, phone number, and email address. I know about your educational background, history with women, and some special... sexual tendencies. Should I talk to you? Should I talk about them?
いや、
No.
もう十分だ。
No, that is enough.
わかったよ。
I understand. Why would she know that? What did you find out?
お前がいかに無知であるかってことについて。
How ignorant you are.
お前が今言ったことは上っ面の情報に過ぎない。
What you just said is only superficial information.
その裏側に隠された本質をお前は知らないんだ。
You do not know the essence hidden behind it. What are you talking about? There are no two sides. You're not that kind of skillful man, are you? Single-celled organisms are the same, even if you turn them over. Okay. Even if you think your back is turned, your true identity is completely visible.
ほらな。典型的な知識依存タイプの物言いだ。
See, this is a typical knowledge-dependent type of talk.
お前は自分が何を知らないのかについて何も知らないのさ。
You don't know anything about what you don't know. With that said, Otamachi got up from his seat. I stand in front of a large window and stare at the girl undergoing surgery. Continue to work calmly, paying no attention to what he was saying. Okay, so she is undergoing surgery. Using a laptop placed on my lap. It wasn't my computer, but the one I borrowed from Otamachi. A wireframe image is currently being displayed on the monitor. There were 2 people I had to draw. I'm the first one now. Oh, not that. Now the first. There's no I in there. There are 2 people I had to draw. The first one is. Even after this was completed, there is still work left for 1 more person. Oh, now that you mention it, so I presume he's drawing the bad guy. Do I have his name written? Yeah. No, I have it written, but it's sloppy. China? Starts with a Kiri and ends with a N. I wrote it too sloppy in the middle, though, to read my own handwriting. Now that you mention it, at that moment I suddenly remembered something and looked up. There are other things I love besides jam bread.
なんだ
Oh, there's other things you love besides jam bread. It's accusatory. What? Hemopon. What's hemopon? Oh. The pon is not bread. In this case, it's panties, so it's thongs. The one with a butterfly knot on the side. Otamachi took a deep breath and scratched his hair. Dumb Japanese thing, like who cares about panties? Okay. He threw open the door and ran into the police station. So we're back to Rin Maru now. I was speechless in front of that strange sight. A cold shiver runs down my spine. The same goes from you. She was frozen next to me with her eyes wide open.
こんなことってある？
Is something like this possible?
警察にまで誰もいないなんて。
Even the police, there's no one. Wait, there's no one there? That's weird. The area was eerily quiet. Because they should be there on a Sunday or weekday. It's like being trapped in a soundproof room. I felt a silent sound inside my eardrums.
どうなってるの？
Did they jump forward to past the end of the world? What's going on?
何が起こったっていうの？
What happened?
ねえ、なんで黙ってるのよ。
Hey, why are you silent?
答えてよ、レンマル。
Answer me, Renmaru. I don't know. It's probably like, is that what you want to hear? There's no question mark. Don't click on it. Don't need question marks in Japanese, though. Oh, I don't know. I'd like to know the answer myself. Even if I yelled, the feeling of irritation that stirred in my chest wouldn't go away. Confusion breeds fear, and that fear was what drove me. Anyway, calm down, Renmaru. Stay calm, keep your head cool, and think carefully. What should I do now? Talk something, do something. I don't know what this is. Talk about moving? I leant over the counter and grabbed the receiver. First, try dialing 110. I thought it was strange to call 110 from the police station.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Mew looked into my face with a worried expression on her face. I can't connect.
電話線が切れてるの？
Is the phone line down? No, I can hear the ringtone. But there's just a ringtone and no one answers.
なんで
Why? That's why I don't know. Don't ask me anything.
もう怒鳴らなくたっていいでしょ
Now, you don't have to yell at me. Mew's eyes are overflowing with tears. Feeling awkward, I averted my gaze and tapped the phone book. Now, try dialing 119. The reaction is the same, can't connect. I tried calling my home and the cell phone numbers of friends I could remember, but I couldn't hear anything from the receiver. Kuso! I slammed the receiver down in frustration. And then, I heard footsteps from the stairs. It seems that someone is coming down towards this floor. Mew and I looked at each other. Immediately after, the door leading to the stairs opened quietly and a woman appeared. Is this Renmaru from the future? Yes. Oh, minor? No, not Renmaru. Narumi from the future. But it says minor. That's the name. Sorry, not Renmaru from the future. Narumi from the future is what I meant a few sentences ago or whatever. For some reason, no one said anything. No, it's not because I lost track of the timing. It's just the mood to feel comfortable I wasn't in the mood to feel comfortable talking to her. An invisible wall of silence stood between her and me. Even if I said something, it seemed like it would be instantly rejected by the wall of silence. I knew it was because of her sad, moist eyes. As soon as I spoke to her, I felt like large tears were falling from her eyes. However, I can't stay silent like this. I called out quickly, trying not to be noticed by the wall of silence. As expected, that one word was a trigger. It's Ano, right? Before I could finish speaking, she... Wow. Started crying as if I had broken a dam. And it wasn't just a little bit of a soft cry. It's like a lost child finally arriving home. So I'm guessing that there was nobody really in the shopping center at all. What I was talking about, like, old women messing around and kids playing and stuff, was that those are things they expected to see and weren't seeing. That was the list, right? There's literally nobody. I get it. She sobbed, sniffled, and crumpled her face in tears. Tears were dripping down. The glasses she was wearing were so wet they looked like they were going to get wet. What?
大丈夫ですか
Is this like a City on the Edge of Forever sort of situation where only all the adults died? Is that what we're looking at here? Even the glasses she was wearing were sopping wet, as if they were about to disintegrate from being soaked. Mew calls out to make sure she notices. She nodded again and again. Daijoubu desu. I am okay. I struggled to connect the words in between sobs. It's just I'm happy.
嬉しい
Happy? Yes,
信じてたから
because I believed
必ず来てくれるってそう思ってたから
that you would definitely come.
ずっと待ってたんです
I've been waiting a long time.
あなたたちが来るのを
I hope that you would come
ずっと
forever. After that, she was speechless. I didn't even know how to comfort her when I met her for the first time. I just kept doing this over and over again, grasping and opening the palm of my hand that didn't belong. In that respect, Mew is still a girl. Huh?
大丈夫だから、もう泣かないで。ね。
Oh, okay, so... What's this sentence, really? Even, in that respect, Mew is definitely a girl. Interesting. And this is probably talking about Mew, right? She casually snuggled up to her side, placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, and led her to the nearby chase lounge. It's okay, don't cry anymore, okay? Mew's kind words only made her cry. So we have Narumi. Okay, so this is the cop, right? So how many times do I have to say it before you get enough of it? I am not overconfident, nor am I conceited. I bought coffee in the lobby of the hospital and am now rushing back to the observation room. It seemed like I'd have take a little longer to do the work using a computer. I decided to have some coffee and take a breather.
じゃあどうして？
Then why? Oh, Tomachi also came with us. Or with me. He put his lips to the paper cup and continued.
じゃあどうして応援が来る前に一人で勝手な行動をとったんだ？
And why'd you act on your own before support arrived? Well, support never arrived. A long hallway in a hospital, I answered while walking quickly. Because I didn't have time.
そいつは言い訳だ。
That's an excuse.
自分一人で十分だ。応援なんて来ても足手まといになるだけだ。
I'm enough on my own. Even if support comes, it'll just be a hindrance.
そう思ってたんだろう？
It's like, don't put thoughts in my brain. That's what you thought, right? No, that's not what she thought. She thought that there was going to be someone killed at noon, and she had to get there before noon. That's not true.
ないって言い切れるか？
This guy's... You're supposed to dislike this guy, aren't you? This guy's like my dad. Terrible. Okay. Like, tries to assume like why you do things. Can you say with absolute certainty that it doesn't exist? And he does it wrong. It's okay to do this if you're right about it. It's just that when you're wrong, it's bad. As with most things.
お前のそのうぬぼれが今回の大失態を招いたんだよ。
Your conceit led to this huge blunder.
ほら、返すよ。
Here, I'll give it back. Otamachi reached into his pocket with one hand and pulled out something.
お前の銃と警察証だ。
Your gun and police ID. Wait, what are you thinking? This is a hospital. Don't flash me a gun. Or don't flash a gun. I quickly took them and stuffed them in my pocket. I mean, why do you have it?
所轄の警官から受け取った。
Received from the police in charge.
現場の下に落ちてたらしい。
It seems to have fallen under the scene. What happened at that site, Integral, has already been reported to Otamachi. Of course, Otamachi knew the gunman had thrown away my gun and police notebook.
戻ってきてよかったな。
It's good to be back.
そうじゃなければ、懲戒免職も免れなかったかもしれない。
Otherwise, I might not have been able to avoid disciplinary dismissal. Or otherwise, you might not have been able to avoid disciplinary dismissal.
だが、
But Otamachi took another sip of his coffee and
その
continued.
後に起こった出来事に比べれば、そんなもんは些細なことだ。
Compared to what happened after that, that's a small thing.
一番問題なのは、被害者を一名出してしまったこと。
The biggest problem is that one person has been identified as a victim.
あの青い髪の少女、
That blue-haired girl.
千里が撃たれたのは、お前が勇み足を踏んだせい。だよな。
Chisato was shot because you stepped on his foot, right? No, what are you talking about? Deny that. Oh, I couldn't say anything back. That's what that sounded like. Because, like, the top one was like, that's true. And it's like, no, that wasn't true. Maybe Otamachi is right. If I hadn't gone there, Chisato might not have been shot. I was filled with
し
remorse.
かもお前は犯人を捕まえることができなかった。
And you couldn't catch the culprit.
手錠をはめられてたから
Because
そん
you
な
were
もんは言い訳に
handcuffed.
もならんぞ。
Because you were handcuffed? That is no excuse.
犯人は高校生だったんだろ
The culprit is a high school student, right? He was not just a high school student. He is Kiridera May. I knew the culprit's name. Because when Shisato appeared, he called out that name. Or she called out that name.
こいつで間違いないか
Are you sure about this one? With that said, Otamachi took a photo out of the inside pocket of his jacket. No doubt it's the boy from Rebroke. Directly below the photo was written Kiridera May. Okay. What's going on?
リブロクのデータベースに侵入させてもらった。
I was allowed to infiltrate the Reblock
名
database.
前はお前から聞いてたし。
I heard his name from you. Digital data of student list.
そうだ。
Yes. Otamachi nodded and put the photo back in his pocket.
今回の件で捜査本部が設置された。
An investigation headquarters has been established in this case.
今そっちの方で行方を追ってる。
I'm sorry for you there right now. What? I'm looking for you there right now. What? We are currently searching for him, her in that area. Or for him in that area. For the media?
まだ公開されてない。伏せられてる。
It's not been released yet. It is hidden.
この平和な日本で高校生による銃撃事件が起きた。
A shooting incident by a high school student occurred in this peaceful
こ
Japan.
とがことなだけに慎重に進めたいんだろ。
Since this is a serious matter, we want to proceed with caution. Either way, it will be difficult to catch. He will be difficult to catch.
どうして
Why? Because he can teleport and rapidly heal.
おいおいやめてくれ。
Hey, stop it.
またさっきの話を蒸し返すつもりか
Are you planning on rehashing what you said earlier? Don't you believe me?
銃や手錠を奪われたのは瞬間移動したからです。
The reason he took my gun and handcuffed me was because he was teleporting.
さらに相手は自在に姿を消したり現れたりすることができるのです。
Furthermore, the other party can disappear and reappear at will.
そんなこと信じろっていう方がどうかしてるだろう。
It would be weird if you just told me to believe that. I returned to the observation room. I sat down and put the paper clip filled with coffee inside. The paper cup filled with coffee aside. Sorry. Next, I placed my laptop on my lap and resumed
な
work.
なるみ
Hey, Narumi.
お前さっきから俺のパソコンで何やってんだ
What were you doing on my computer just now? I told you, right? There are two witnesses besides me. Boy and a girl. I'm sure you'll believe me if you hear from the two of us. The two of them.
で
So? That's why I'm drawing portraits of the two of them. 3D computer graphic.
似顔絵みたいなもんか
It's like a portrait? That kind of thing. I have CPS, Cyclopedia Syndrome. Oh, Narumi has it! Okay, so when Otamachi, what's this guy's name? When Otamachi says his brain is bursting with information, he is in fact not the guy with CPS. It is Narumi who has CPS. Okay, so I was right the first time, switched me to the wrong answer, and now I'm back to the correct answer. I can remember what I see down to the smallest detail and produce it accurately.
確か誠のメールに名前が書いてあったんだよな。
If I remember correctly, the names were written in Makoto's email.
レンマルとミュウだったか。
Renmaru and Mew, was it? Otomachi already knew about the email sent by Makoto. I answer in a whisper, yes, Renmaru and Mew. I have to find them. I'm sure they know something about this incident.
重要参考人か。
Is he an important reference person? Or are they important reference people? And there's another reason why I have to find them. I need to protect them. Soon. The two of them are being targeted by Kiridera. Except they're not here, they got teleported into the future. But we don't know that yet. When the mobile investigation team arrived at the scene, Renmaru and Mew were nowhere to be found. Where and what were they doing now? Chisato's surgery was still continuing on the other side of the large window. Why are they sitting and watching that if that's not the face she's drawing? Daijo, are you okay? Says Renmaru. After waiting for her to calm down, I spoke to her quietly.
ごめんなさい。
Yeah, sorry.
みっともないところをお見せしてしまって。
I showed you my obscene side. She gently wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her curled fingers.
ねえ、名前教えてくれる？
Hey, can you tell me your name?
まだ聞いてなかったけど。
I haven't heard it yet.
マイナです。あなたたちは？
Oh, her name is Mina. It sounds like minor. It's weird. Okay, so she isn't necessarily a child. It's just her name is Mina. I interpreted that wrong. Okay, you guys. I'm Renmaru.
私はミュウ。はじめまして。
I am Mew. Nice to meet you. Mew showed me a refreshing smile. An unconcerned attitude I had just moments ago seemed to be a lie. Maybe I thought I have to get better because someone appeared who was more emotionally disturbed than me. Mew has been like that since she was little. Oh, it's maybe Mew thought I have to get better because someone appears to be more emotionally disturbed than me. Mew has been like that since she was little. Is emotionally disturbed like the best thing? I'm gonna put that into real translate. Perhaps when someone appeared who was even more emotionally distressed than herself, she thought, I need to pull myself together. Okay, that's the way to say it. In any case, Mew's lively smile was a saving grace in this eerie situation. A woman wearing glasses who calls herself Mina was also smiling. Somehow it feels easier to talk than before. Taking advantage of the atmosphere, I started asking questions. So, something about here and people. I will ask about what happened to the people, not what happened here, because that's more interesting to me. Yeah, why is there no one at the police station? No, it's not just here. There is no one in the nearby shopping district. Do you know the reason? When I asked Maya, she looked slightly surprised.
ということは、あなたたちも知らないんですね。
So you guys don't know either?
一体何が起こったのか。
What on earth happened? Oh, I don't know. I just don't know what happened.
マイナさんも？
Minus on too?
ええ、気がついたらこんなことに。
Yeah, then I realized this happened. What do you mean by if you notice? Or I realized. Let's put this into the current translator. Yeah, before I knew it, things had come to this. What do you mean by before you knew it? What's this phrase? when you realized or before you whatever.
2日前、18日の朝のことです。
2 days ago, on the morning of the 18th. Okay, so they thought they were on the 20th, and she's saying 2 days ago was indeed the 18th. But she did not say the month, so they could be like June 18th or something.
自宅で目を覚まして表に出ると誰もいなくて。
I woke up at home and then went out to the store. There was no one there.
近所のパン屋さん、ラーメン屋さん、スーパー、コンビニ、病院、図書館。
Nearby bakery, ramen shop, supermarket, convenience store, library, and hospital.
どこにも人の姿が見当たらなくて。
I couldn't find one anywhere. Nowhere?
はい、どこにも。
Yes, nowhere. That's weird. There are people there on the 18th and 19th. The 18th was Friday and we had classes at school, and the 19th was a day off, but I spent the whole day playing with my friends. The same thing happened today, Sunday the 20th in the morning. On the road to the abandoned hotel, I saw people. She didn't say the month or the year though, she just said the 18th. That's important. The train was also running. That's why I got stuck at the railroad crossing. Despite this, Mina says there hasn't been anyone there since the morning of the 18th. What does that mean?
もちろん、できる限りのことはやってみました。
Of course, I tried everything I could.
だけど、何をしても結局無駄で。
But no matter what I do, it's all in
それ
vain.
で、藁をもすがる思いとでも言うのでしょうか。
So you are saying that you are desperate for something.
私、この警察署で待つことにしたんです。
I decided to wait at this police station.
ここで待っていれば、きっと誰かが助けに来てくれる。そう思ったから。
If I wait here, somebody will definitely come to help me. That's what I thought.
正解だったね。
That was the correct answer.
ここで待ってたからこそ、私たちに会えた。そうでしょ？
You were able to meet us because you were waiting here, isn't that so?
ええ、そうですね。
My cursor is kind of annoying. Yeah, that is correct.
本当に助かりました。ありがとうございます。
That was really helpful. Thank you.
別にお礼なんて言わなくてもいいけど、
You don't have to say thank you, but
何かしてあげたってわけでもないし。
it's not like I did anything for you. Mew and Mina are smiling at each other. I couldn't help smile fondly and kept thinking to myself, what on earth happened? Why is no one here? No one there? Hey, Mina, can I call you Mina?
ええ、なんでしょう。
Yeah, what is it? You just said I tried everything I could, right?
はい。
Yes? Then please tell me. Okay, so last one is Raifurine. Lifeline. I don't recognize the other kanji, so I'll just pick one. What about the train?
走ってるとは思えないんだけど。
I don't think it's running though.
ええ、見かけてないですね。
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
走ってるところも、止まってるところも。
Whether they are running or where they are stopped. How about the bus?
バスどころか、車が一台も走ってないです。
So that was transportation. I didn't know what I was picking because I can't see the choices. There aren't any cars running, let alone buses.
今道路はガラガラで。
Right now, the roads are empty. Come to think of it, I didn't see any cars running on the road on the way here. Okay, let's try this one. We have to go through all of them anyway, I think, in this situation. What's going on with the radio and TV?
放送されてるのかな？
Is it being broadcast? Mina shakes her head
い
helplessly.
え、ノイズばかりで何も。
No, nothing but noise. Have you tried calling on the telephone?
はい、いろんなところで電話を借りて、
Yes, I borrowed phones from various
電
places.
話帳をめくりながら、つながりそうなところへ。
While flipping through the phone book, I went to a place where I thought I could connect.
でも、
But
つながらなかったのね。
you couldn't connect, right? Mina nodded gravely.
パソコンのメールは
So pasocone is computer. So this is email, right? What about email on your computer?
送信も受信もできません。
Unable to send or receive.
そもそも外部のネットワークに接続することができないようなのです。
In the first place, it seems like it is not possible to connect to an external network. Then do you also look at websites and blogs? I just realized that this is like an isolation. This is like confinement. Because it's a type of confinement. The characters are not isolated from the outside world by means of there's something holding them in. They're isolated from the outside world in the sense that there's nobody else in the outside world. It's a clever way to do that. Okay.
ええ、できません。
Yeah, I can't. Electricity, gas, water, lifelines are still alive, right? That's the last one. While listening, I look up to confirm. Fluorescent lights embedded in the ceiling emit white light, oddly enough.
ご覧の通りです。
As you can see,
停電にはなっていませんし、ガスも水道も使うことができます。
there are no power outage and I can use gas and water. I asked as many questions as I could think of. Mina answered each of them to the point. But I just can't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. You have to have people to maintain those things, to like truck in the natural gas for the power plants and stuff. Unless you check it yourself. I mean, you're in Japan, right? Maybe if you have a nuclear, the nuclear can kind of keep... They have enough uranium pellets in the rods to just kind of let it keep going for a while. Unless you check it yourself. Anyway, I said with all my strength. Let's move. It won't start if we stay still in a place like this.
動くって
Move?
どこに？
Where? It doesn't matter where. Just go find someone.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a minute, please.
私まだ何も聞いてないんですけど。
I haven't heard anything yet. Nothing?
あなたたちのことですよ。
It's about you guys.
ここに来た経緯とか、二人の関係とか、そういうの。
How you came here, your relationship, things like that. I pinched my left earlobe with the fingertips of my right hand. It was a habit I had when thinking about something. Okay. I'm sorry, Mina, but I'm at a loss for time right now. We'll talk about us later. That's fine, right? Without waiting for an answer, I headed for the exit. A little later, I heard the footsteps of two people running after me.
ところで誠のことだが
By the way, about Makoto. There was no warning whatsoever. Otomachi suddenly said it. At that moment, I felt something eerie stirring in the depths of my stomach. I'm sweating. It's disgusting sweat. I clasped my palm tightly and asked, "What
い
happened?"
やただの報告だ
No, it's just a report.
まだ見つかっていないらしい
It appears he hasn't been found yet. Also, I felt relieved. I also began to feel a sharp sense of frustration. I'll pick the top one because it seems to be about the report. Narumi-senpai, this will probably be my last request. Thank you so much for everything. Believe that we will meet again someday. Of course, I was always concerned about Makoto. However, when I called, I couldn't get through, and when I sent an email, there was no response. The cell phone was probably turned off, and even using its built-in GPS function, it is not possible to pinpoint its current location. Apparently, several public security personnel went to the house. However, it's an empty shell. They can't find anything like a note. Also, if I could find out the base station that sent the email, I would be able to narrow it down and search the area to some extent. In any case, there are no clues so far, and his whereabouts are unknown. Makoto's footsteps remained elusive.
それにしても気になるな。
Still, I'm concerned. What?
はめてるやつだよ。
That's the one. It's the one I'm wearing. What does that mean? Otomachi pointed to the operating room and said, apparently it has nothing to do with Makoto. Seems to have nothing to do with Makoto. Okay. The reason why he brought up the topic so quickly is probably because Otomachi is worried about Makoto. Okay. He dares not to mention that. The worst possibility either.
聞いてるのか？
Hey, you listening? I changed my mind. I follow the direction that Otomachi is pointing with my eyes. The one who wears it, Otomachi said. The one I'm wearing, okay. That's completely backwards, but oh well. Current Google Translate says the one I'm wearing. What's going on? I wonder if it's about that head-mounted display that the surgeon wears. This is an RSD device to support surgery. Yeah, but that's what some of the prep school kids were wearing. He's talking about the RSD. Yeah. Confirm. RSD, retinal scanning display, is a device that uses retinal scanning. There is no such thing as a screen in this device. Images are displayed by shining a low-power laser directly into the retina. Uchikoshi? That's the same as a screen. What, like, light goes... What happens? Why do you see a screen? Light is emitted from the screen. It travels through the lens in your eye onto your retina. Shoot it from a laser directly onto your retina. That's what the screen does. It shoots at other places. You're saying, like, what's the... Nowadays, it is not uncommon to see this in medical settings. The surgeon who wears the device can see the patient's vital signs, such as breathing rate, heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature, as well as realistic scene during surgery. Well, I guess that would be a redundant copy of the vitals that would also be displayed to the anesthesiologist, for which the vitals are more important, but okay. Since he doesn't have to look up every time to ask those around him, he's able to concentrate more on the surgery than before. Okay, so it gives you augmented reality, potentially. Using this device, it is not impossible to see illusions like holograms. This is a revolutionary device that depicts a virtual image without substance, directly to the retina. So I'm guessing what they're trying to do here is they're trying to open up to the reader the possibility that someone could get caught in a fake world by means of having one of these RSDs on and not know it. And so maybe it makes you think, okay, maybe the Rinmaru and Mew and Mina, they're all like trapped in this weird virtual world by RSDs, and that's what's happening to them. I doubt that that's actually the answer to the twist, but I think what they're presenting to me now is trying to make me think that. Is this your first time seeing this?
Huh? 何言ってんだ?
What are you talking about? You're talking about the RSD device, right?
違う。 医者じゃなくて千里の方だ。よく見てみろ。
Oh, it's irrelevant. Okay. No, it's not the doctor. It's Chisato. Look carefully. I looked out the window again. I mean, she has like a IV in her arm for anesthesia and such. A girl's lying on the operating table. The bruises and internal bleeding visible all over the girl's body were too painful to look at. I also bear part of the responsibility. I felt my chest was being
彼女
squeezed.
には将来を約束し合った相手がいる。
She has someone she promised her future to.
まあ若いから正式なもんではないだろうが。
Well, since she's young, it's probably not official. When I heard that, I realized it for the first time. Oh, she's wearing a wedding ring. Chisato's left ring finger. Left hand ring finger. I found it. Silver shining silver. A ring. It's a bad memory. Cow puppet? I shook off the after image before I remembered it clearly. Oh, so she had once a fiance and he died? So Narumi had a fiance and died? She didn't seem like the type to have a boyfriend.
歪んでるのか？
Are you depressed? Why, are you an idiot? I said that in a disdainful manner and slammed the enter key on my computer. Remembering begins. This machine can draw tens of millions of polygons in less than a second. I handed over the computer to Otomachi and showed him the image. Arrange these two as soon as possible. Renmaru and Miu. I don't know their last names. Or their family names. Otomachi is glued to the display. His mouth was half open and he blinked repeatedly. What's wrong?
いや、
No.
普通にすげえなーと思って。
I just thought it was amazing.
CPS ってこんなこともできるんだな。
CPS can do things like this. Didn't you
これ
know?
ってもう似顔絵ってレベルじゃないぜ。
This is no longer at the level of caricature.
ほとんど実写と変わらないじゃないか。
It's almost the same as live action. If I can't find it, I won't accept it. That's actually, if you can't find it, I won't be happy.
わかっ
Okay?
た。
I understand. If you can't find them, I won't be happy. I understand.
捜査本部の方にもデータを回しておこう。
Let's pass the data on to the investigation headquarters. I asked for it. That was then. Something strange is happening in the operating room. Did she wake up? The operating team is excited. At first glance, it is clear that an emergency had occurred. They all look towards the operating room door. Otomachi and I leaned forward and peered into the door, which had been a blind spot.
誰だあのガキ。
Who is that kid? I don't know. There was a boy. A boy wearing glasses. He was wearing a Reebok
侵入
uniform.
者か。
Intruder? Or rather... okay. Different kanji, we need the nuance here. An intruder? Or rather a saboteur? Or rather an intruder? It's the same. I guess there's two different ways to say it. The one's more dramatic than the
何
other,
か
I
叫ん
guess.
でるみたいだぞ。
It looks like they're shouting something. But I can't hear their voice.
防音になってるのかこの窓ガラス。
Is this window glass soundproofed? I think so.
もしかして。
How convenient for the plot. Maybe. What? Otomachi turned his gaze towards
将
Chisato,
来を約束し合った相手だったりな。
the person you promised your future with. In any case, there is no doubt that he is an acquaintance of Chisato. Oh, he's like the person she promised her future with. Otomachi and I rushed out of the observation room, racing to be the first to arrive. I mean, she's gonna wake up out of this because she can regenerate, right? 10 years ago. Now, April 2002. At that time, I was 7 years old. Oh wait, so you're 17 now? Spring break, the first time since starting elementary school, was boring and boring. I wonder if the new semester will start soon. Oh, this is Renmaru, so he is 17. All my friends are going on trips. I was playing with a soccer ball that I had just bought on the road near my house. There was also no cars on the road, which was located at the back of a residential area. Occasionally, people from the neighborhood would pass by, and it was a perfect place to hit the wall. Or the ball. Kuso! Why are we... You're not taking me anywhere. I took my first station out on the ball. However, that's the leg strength of a 7-year-old child. The ball bounced off the block wall and staggered back to my feet. As I repeated this several times, a familiar sound suddenly reached my ears. The sound of plastic wheels scraping against asphalt. It was the sound of training wheels on a bicycle that I graduated from years before. The girl was sitting on the saddle. She looked about the same age as me. She walked leisurely between me and the block wall. She didn't even notice I was hitting the wall. I shouted towards her back. So, who are you is the second one. I don't want to call her oh my. That's rude. So I would go for the top one of these three. But I don't know very much what any of them really mean, except the middle one, which is just, who are you? Don't disturb me. Oh, so all of these are mean, okay. That's probably the worst choice I just made. She squealed the brake, stopped the bike, and said without looking... She squeezed the brake, stopped the bicycle, and said without turning around, I'm not bothering you. Yeah, you did it. Because you passed by, I can't kick the ball anymore. You should just kick it. Don't worry about me. What will you do if you get hit? There's no way I'll get hit. A ball that would stop a fly like that. What? A ball that looks like a fly could land on it. Oh, annoying. Who is this? I wanted to vent my anger, but before that, she started cycling again and headed away from me. Strange person. The girl will then resume hitting the wall. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3, 4, 5 shots. Kick the ball against the block wall, and when it bounces, kick it again. The repetition, I just kept going. 9, 10, 11 shots. 12 shots. However, the 12th bullet did not 12th kick did not return to my feet. It was bounced by an obstacle that suddenly appeared and rolled toward the morning after. It suddenly reflected by an unexpected obstacle and rolled off in a completely different direction. The obstacle was the front wheel of a bicycle. She came again. But it's weird. The sound of training wheels, I couldn't hear it. Matsuika. Well, never mind. Couldn't you have
わざ
avoided
とぶ
it?
つかったんだもん。
I bumped into you on purpose. Why would you do that?
知らない。ただ、なんとなく。ね
I don't know. It's just somehow.
え、なんでサッカーなんかしてるの？
Hey, why are you playing soccer? It's because I like it. Is that bad?
ふーん。下手くそなのに好きなんだ。変わってるね。
Oh, you like it even though you're bad at it? That's strange. Sometimes happens. It's the first time I had been insulted so directly. Okay, I can get some of these here. Mo. Mookie. Is there like a katakana version of Mookie? Yeah, Mookie is number 3. Ni Naru. Get worked up. Or whatever the second option is that is not getting worked up. There's kanji in it, so I don't know how to type it. Still, I acted calm. Good. Well, I might not be as good as the upperclassmen, but I guess that's why I'm practicing like this.
いくら練習したってセンスがなければ上達なんてしないよ。
No matter how much you practice, you won't improve if you don't have the sense, right? In a way, that's true. As expected, it clicked for me too. Are you here to pick a fight?
ううん。
Uh-huh. Then what did you come here for? Oh.
君が私と話したいんじゃないかなと思って。
I thought you might want to talk to me. Oh.
だってさっき話しかけてきたじゃん。
I mean, you just talked to me. That's...
私のこと気になったんでしょ。
You're curious about me, aren't you?
君は私に一目惚れしたんだ。
You fell in love with me at first sight. For some reason, the backs of my ears and eyeballs were burning hot. Don't say something stupid.
うわー、かわいい。照れてる照れてる。
Cute, you're so embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. Lies. It's not a lie. Daichi. I already have a girl I'm dating. First of all, I already have a girlfriend. I still don't understand why I lied like that back then. The words came out of my mouth without thinking. As if she could see
そ
through
れも
it.
嘘だね。絶対嘘。
It's also a lie. Definitely a lie. How do you know?
だって鼻血出てるもん。
Because your nose is bleeding. Huh? I don't think having a girlfriend already would have anything to do with that. I went to measure my nose to make sure. When I looked at my index finger, I saw that it is black. Its back was dyed
多
bright
分
red.
それは君の癖。
Maybe that's your habit.
嘘をつくと鼻血が出ちゃう子なんだ。君は。
You're the kind of person whose nose bleeds when you lie. That's different. As soon as I raised my voice, more blood pours out of my nose. When she saw that, I laughed like the May sun. Oh, she laughed like the May sun. And then...
そうだ。
Oh, that's right. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly
君
did something like
自
this.
転車乗れるよね？
You can ride a bicycle, right? I answer while scrubbing the area under my nose. Of course I can ride, but
じゃあさ、教えてくれない？
then can you tell me? What?
自転車の乗り方。
How to ride a bicycle?
この補助輪外したいの。
I want to remove these training wheels. She fell over and over on the asphalt, purring, but never burst into tears. Even though she scraped her knee and was covered in bruises all over her body, she somehow managed to hold her stomach and laugh. It looked like a lot of fun. It looked lively and shining. The thing is, though, my scars from bicycle riding accidents are permanent. Like, you can still find on my body where they happened. I don't know if I necessarily like that. They didn't happen when I was learning to ride a bike, really. It happened when I was already kind of really good at riding a bike and was doing more crazy things. Anyway. When I saw that, I laughed out loud, too. Before I knew it, the boredom of spring break had disappeared into thin air. Eventually, the sun begins to set and the western sky begins to change color. But then she was able to move between telephone poles and back using only two wheels. When we parted, she bowed her head and
アリ
said,
ンチャス。
Arinchosu. Well, great, what does that mean? That's just Arinchosu. That doesn't mean anything else besides what it means. Okay. Besides, it's just a word, it's just a sound. It was that night that she visited my house. Could be his house with his parents. It was that evening that she visited our house with her parents, or my house with my parents.
どうも夜分遅くにすみません。
Oh, I visited her house with her parents, so this is Mew's dad. Mew no Chi-Chi, I guess. Sorry for being late at night.
引っ越しのご挨拶に伺いました。
I came to greet you about moving. After that, the interactions between adults. A friendly chat started with my mother included, or her mother. I rested my back against a pillar in the hallway and let my gaze wander aimlessly. I looked at her for a moment. She was standing about 5 or 6 steps away from her parents, who were standing in front of her. The sense of distance bothered me a little.
まあ、そうですか。息子さんはうちの娘と同い年なんですね。
Well, I see your son is the same age as my daughter.
だとすると、新学期からはクラスメイトになるかもしれないな。
Okay, so it's both parents. Both sets of parents. That's the case, they might become classmates for the new semester.
レンマルくん？
Renmaru-kun? Yes? I straightened up when someone suddenly spoke
ミュ
to
ウ
me.
をよろしく頼むわね。
Please take care of Mew. Mew. Her name is Mew. Konnichiwa. Oh, Kochirakuso. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Let's see here. That means pleasure is all mine. I look forward to working with you. Okay. Although I was in a daze, I managed to squeeze out my
ほら、
voice.
ミュウもちゃんと挨拶なさい。
Here, please greet Mew properly as well. She kept her head down and said nothing. Well, I kept, or someone said, oh, it's she, because this is Konojo. It's feminine. Okay. Her eyebrows were furrowed and she was biting her lips tightly. The cheerful expression he had seen during the day was no longer to be seen.
ごめんなさいね。内気な子で困ってるのよ。
I'm sorry. The child is shy and she's in trouble? Or something like that? Shy? She? Anyway, that was how I met Mew. I still don't understand the meaning of that sad expression on her face at the time. She doesn't like her parents or something. Now, let me tell you a story. This is Narumi. Right now, sitting in front of me is the boy who rushed into the operating room. Okay, so continue the surgery then. They managed to get him out. He was wearing glasses. The eyes visible behind the lenses are hazy. His blank gaze made it impossible to tell where he was looking.
おい、何か言ったらどうなんだ。
Hey, why don't you say something? Otomachi urged in a frightening voice. The boy shrugged his shoulders, perhaps being overwhelmed by that voice. That... He continued as if fearfully and inquisitively.
ここどこですか?
Where is here? Like, where am I, basically? Otomachi and I looked at each other. We're in the LMU, whatever that is. With one word, I was able to understand something. He seems to be suffering from a certain condition. But I didn't want to admit it. Or I didn't want to admit it. As someone with CPS, that symptom was the one I was the most envious of. You're not going to say that you don't have any memories. The boy looked down. A small voice spills out from his parched lips.
誰なんだろう?
I wonder who I am. So, he's not... Then why did he run into the operating room, though? Otomachi was bombarded with questions. Date of birth, age, address, phone number, family, friends. I wonder if there's anything he can remember. Here's the amnesia. I was asking if there was anything at all that he could remember or recall. However, the boy just weakly shook his head in response to each question. Here's the amnesia for real. Here it is. He says he doesn't remember anything about his past or history.
参ったな。
Huh. It's here. Otomachi sighed and put his head in his hands. Oh, I'm in trouble. Yeah.
どう思うよ、ナルミ。
What do you think, Narumi?
演技だと思うか?
Yeah, why if he has amnesia did he run into the operating room? Did he remember something then and just not now? Do you think it's acting? Well, I don't know yet. There can be acting in Uchikoshi games. Remember 11, Inabushi Kaiko. It was all acting. It was in front of him and he didn't care. Even though he was right there, he didn't care. Yeah, even though he was right there, Otomachi didn't care that he was talking about him. I said it so I could hear it. To see as any signs of agitation would appear. To see if any signs of agitation should appear. And demo, which is but. I looked under the table. If it's just acting, it's a big deal. I paid a sarcastic compliment to the boy's trembling legs.
厄介だな、記憶喪失とは。
It's troublesome. Memory loss? Really? I'll look up and continue. I don't think it's particularly troublesome, though.
なんでだよ。
Why? Oh, this is like, my superpower is a curse and I don't want it thing trope. Yes. The reason I'll tell you later. Isn't there something more strange than that? If you lost your memory, why did you rush into the operating room? Yeah, that's what I've been asking this whole time! Otomachi blinked several times.
なるほど。それもそうだな。
I see, that's true too. It seemed that my words and Otomachi's words didn't reach the boy's ears. Or maybe he's just pretending not to hear. He is staring at a spot on the table, a look of despair plastered on his face. Hey, do you really remember nothing? I asked the boy.
はい。何も。
Yes, nothing. Then you may have heard this just now, but why are you in the operating room? The boy slowly raised his head and let out an empty voice.
手術室って何ですか？
What is an operating room? Otomachi and I exchanged glances again. What do you mean?
待て。もしかしたら。
Wait, maybe? Otomachi has me under control.
なあ。お前いつから記憶がないんだ？
Hey, since when do you have no memory? Asked the boy.
いつからって言われても。
Since when, no matter what you say.
何でもいい。
Anything is
お前
fine.
の中にある一番古い記憶を教えてくれ。
Tell me your oldest memory. The boy looked diagonally upwards as if thinking about
こ
something.
こに来た時のことかな。
I wonder what happened when I came here.
ここっていうのは？
What is this place?
このお店のことですよ。
It's about this shop. Oh, his name is Omega?
喫茶店ですよね。ここ。
That's another Greek letter. Wait, Mina, is that supposed to be a Greek letter? Which Greek letter is that supposed to be? Did that go over my head? No? Huh. Huh. I wonder if that's some sort of Japanese way of saying one of these, but no. Mina is not a Greek letter or any sort of stretch of the imagination.
どこの喫茶店かはわからないけど。
The way, like, English speakers pronounce the Greek letters. I don't know which coffee shop it is, but it's a coffee shop, right? It's about this shop. This coffee shop. I don't know which coffee shop it is, right? So they are in a coffee shop, okay. Stop it. That just happened about 5 minutes ago. I took my pocket watch out of my pocket and checked the time. 12:57. If what the boy said is true, it would mean that he has no memory of anything before 12:52. Needless to say, it was even earlier than that when the boy broke into the operating room. That means
全校性健忘だ。
Enterograde amnesia.
しかも、それに加えて全生活史健忘も患ってる。
And on top of that, he also suffers from total life history amnesia. So, yeah, okay. It also comes with retrograde characteristics, but Otomachi said, interrupting me as I try to continue.
コルサコフ症候群の疑いがある。
Korsakoff syndrome is suspected. That's impossible. Korsakoff syndrome? If not, it's malnutrition. In any case, due to lack of vitamin B1 and thiamine in the body, the ability to metabolize carbohydrates is significantly
そうとは
reduced.
限らない。
That's not necessarily the case.
ごく稀にではあるが、側頭葉を強打した時や、苛烈なストレスにさらされた場合にも発症することがある。
Although it's rare, it can also occur when the temporal lobe is hit or exposed to severe stress.
あの、
In the middle of the conversation, the boy suddenly interrupted.
僕にもわかるように説明してもらえますか？
Could you explain it so that I can understand? I want to explain it. I want to defer to Otomachi. Yeah, because that's what it was. It was do it yourself or defer to Otomachi. I couldn't read like it exactly, but that was what my guess it was, right? First of all, retrograde amnesia is a memory disorder in which you're unable to reminisce or remember things that happened before a certain point in time. Where am I? Who am I? This retrograde amnesia is often the subject of novels and dramas, like this one. In contrast, anterograde amnesia is when you are unable to memorize or remember things after a certain point in time. And showing these two symptoms at the same time.
コルサコフ症候群
is Korsakoff syndrome. Yes.
ただし、短期記憶だけは保たれている。
However, only short-term memory is preserved.
直前に何が起こったのかはちゃんとわかるんだ。
I know exactly what happened. You know exactly what happened just before.
だから、こんな風に普通のやり取りをすることも。
That's why we can have normal interactions like this. Otomachi makes up for it with his face. He was nodding his head. I ignored Otomachi and continued talking. But most cases of Korsakoff syndrome are usually accompanied by Wernicke encephalopathy. In this case, symptoms such as confusion, delirium, and confabulation should be seen.
だけど僕にはそれがない。落ち着いているように見える。
But I don't have that. I look calm.
そういうことですか？
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which could be yes or no, depending. Before I could answer, Otomachi
お前
said,
はオペをしている最中の手術室に飛び込んでいったんだ。
You jumped into the operating room during an operation.
何があったのか知らないが、とても正気の沙汰とは思えない。
I don't know what happened, but I don't think it's insane. You would think it would be insane. What are you saying? I don't know what happened, but it seems completely insane. There we go. That makes more sense. Newer Google Translate gives a translation that makes more sense.
錯乱でもしてない限り、そんな無茶なことをするなんてありえないだろ。
Unless you're delirious, you wouldn't do something so outrageous, right?
そうですか。
I see.
僕、そんなことを。
I wouldn't do something like that.
でも、どうしてなんでしょう。
But why?
なんで僕、手術室なんかに。
Why was I in the operating room? The boy is looking straight at me. There was a hint of anxiety, but there was no wavering in his eyes. That too was unthinkable for Korsakoff syndrome. Abnormal eye movements are one of its characteristics. Despite this, or perhaps I should say, that's why, there was a certain kind of persuasion in his eyes. That serious look, it didn't seem like he was
とに
lying.
かく、こういうことだ。
Anyway, this is what it is.
お前は過去のある時点において自分の歴史を失った。
At some point in your past, you lost your history.
きれいさっぱりと。
Beautiful and refreshing.
さらに今、現在進行形でお前は歴史を失い続けている。
Furthermore, in the present tense, you continue to lose
お
history.
前の記憶は5分しか持たないらしい。
It seems your memory lasts only 5 minutes.
5分よりも前の記憶は時間の経過とともに端から忘れていく。
Memories from more than 5 minutes ago will be forgotten over time.
要するに、ほうきで自分の足跡を消しながら後ろ向きで歩いているようなもんだ。
In short, it's like walking backwards while erasing your own footprints with a broom.
あるいは崩れゆく吊り橋の末端から常に追いかけられているようなものですか？
Or something like being constantly chased from the end of a collapsing suspension bridge.
その通り。飲み込みが早いな。
By the end of collapsing suspension bridge. That's right, you're catching on quickly. It's still weird, too calm for Korsakoff syndrome. However, from many years of experience, I don't think he is lying. Does that mean there is another possibility? He may be suffering from some special memory disorder other than Korsakoff syndrome. An unknown ability that even I, a CPS person, don't know about. The boy's eyebrows are furrowed and he has a confused expression on his face. I have finished my search. In conclusion, everything is exactly as Mina said. First, let's talk about public broadcasting. Me, Mew, and Mina rushed into large electronics stores and turned on every radio and TV. No matter how much I adjusted the tuning, it was no use. The television monitor shows images of a sandstorm, and the only sound coming from the radio speakers was harsh static. Is that what they call this? The snow is a sandstorm in Japanese? Okay. Teleportation systems. It could be, we could say blizzard. Let's see what the new Google Translate says. Does it translate it as blizzard? The television monitors only displayed static, and radio speakers emitted nothing but jarring noise. Okay, they call it static. Transportation systems are also wiped out. Not a single train is running. Private railways, subways, former Japanese national railways. Although the shutters of all the stations were open, there were no station staff or passengers in sight. There were no cars running. There was nowhere to be seen, let alone on public roads or even on the Metropolitan Expressway. However, I did see a few parked cars in a parking lot or a private garage. Both cars were covered in dust and looked like they hadn't been used in a while. We also are allowed to enter several homes. We allowed ourselves to enter several homes, apartments, and company offices. I knew it was illegal, but there wasn't the time to say that. Classic visual novel style house there. Perhaps something like a curfew was issued without us knowing. That's what I thought. However, there is no one in any of the residences or offices. Even at the hospital, there is no one there. Despite this, the urban functions necessary for daily life, such as electricity, gas, water, and gas, continue to function. No matter what phone I tried using, I always got the same response as when I called at the police station. The ringer rang, but no one answered for several minutes. But there was one exception. It's a time signal.
1時3分ちょうどをお知らせします。
I will notify you exactly at 1 hour 3 minutes. Maybe I'll only be able to hear a mechanical response message. Finally, we visited an internet cafe and tried browsing websites and sending and receiving emails. But this was still just as Mina said. The browser launches, but displays are a connection error indicating the network to the outside world is blocked. There is nothing I could do. Today is Sunday, May 20th. This is a scramble intersection at the center of Tokyo, and normally it would be packed with people. But why? I don't know we need either of these. I just have to guess. Why is there no one here? I screamed. What on earth has become of this world? The voice ran through the valley of the building, reflected off the hard walls, and returned like an echo. When the afterglow appeared, disappeared, Mew said,
もう何度も同じこと言わないでよ。
Don't say the same thing over and over again. Oh, I must have messed up with that choice, okay.
耳にタコができそう。
I feel like I'm going to get calluses on my ears. Ooh. I feel like saying that sometimes. I don't care if it's an octopus or a squid. If this happens, I'll tell you until you have a kraken in your ear. She said calluses, not like, you know, octopus. Didn't say tacos. I'm going to get calluses on my ears. Okay, and then he interprets it as like tentacled stuff.
フランケン?
A kraken? Oh, he said Kraken, and she's like, Franken? No, it's not an android. Except the oh, I wouldn't call Frankenstein's monster an android, but whatever.
ああ、胸に S のマークがある。
Oh, there's an S mark on my chest. What does that ever mean? Mew tilts her head. Mine is said to compensate. What? To compensate for that, Mine is said. What?
クラーケンとは北欧神話に登場する海の怪物のことですよ。
A kraken is a sea monster that appears in Norse mythology.
その形状には諸説あるようですが、最も有名なのはタコです。巨大なタコ。
There seems to be various theories about its shape, but the most famous one is an octopus, a huge octopus.
風のない穏やかな海に現れることが多く、洋上で立ち往生している船を見つけると静かに近づいていき、
They often appear on calm seas with no wind, and when they find a ship stranded at sea, they quietly approach it.
その太くて長い足を船体に巻きつけ、バラバラに砕いたり、海の底に引きずり込んだりしてしまうんだそうです。
They say it wraps its long, thick legs around the hull of the ship, breaking it into pieces or dragging it to the bottom of the sea.
そして船の乗組員や乗客たちをむしゃむしゃと。
Then the crew and passengers of the ship were munched on.
食べちゃうの？
Are you gonna eat? Are you gonna eat it?
はい。
Yes.
怖い。鳥肌立ってきちゃった。
Scary, I'm getting goosebumps. Are you a kindergartner? Man, Uchikoshi's pro tags are always so like mean. Like this is like another cop, like just like the Memories Off pro tag. It's the same. He has the same problem. Red Mario, it's just a legend, a fictional creature. It doesn't exist.
そんなのわからないじゃん。
You don't understand that. I understand.
なんで言い切れるの？見たことあるわけ？
How can you say that? You've seen it before. He also likes to do arguing about myths a lot. Remember, it was like you and the pro tag and stuff. But it was flipped. Like the girl was trying to refute the myths. Anyway, no one has ever seen it, so they say it doesn't exist.
誰も見たことがないなら実在するかもしれないでしょ？
If no one has seen it, it might actually exist. What is that incomprehensible argument?
難しい単語使わないでくれる？
Can you please stop using difficult words? It's real simple, okay? If it is something that, if it exists, you would have expected to have seen it, then lack of seeing it is evidence against its existence. If it is something that, if it existed, it would be rare, so rare you would never actually expect to see it, then lack of seeing it is not evidence that it doesn't exist. And of course, there's a continuous scale to that, and use Bayes' rule and so on, right? People like to say, well, lack of evidence is not evidence of absence. And the answer is, it can be if it's something that, if it were to exist, you would expect to see it. And this comes in when you talk about Mormonism and stuff, but whatever. What's difficult about reasoning? Even elementary school students know this.
無知で悪かったわね。どうせ私が知ってるのは小籠包と中連包とくらいのもんよ。
Sorry for my ignorance. The only thing I know is Yang Long Bong Bao and Curran Bo To.
まあまあ二人とも落ち着いて。
Well, you two calm down. Mina interjects. Mew turns her body towards Mina.
マイナさんはどっち派なの？
Which side is Mina-san on? Which side are you on, Mina?
実在すると思ってる派？それとも思ってない派？
Do you think it exists or don't you?
私ですか？
Is it me?
私はそうですね。
well...
神話や伝説のすべてが作り話だとは思いませんが。
I don't think all myths and legends are fiction, but...
でしょでしょ？だよね。ねえねえ。
Isn't it? Right.
ほらほら、もっと言ってあげて。
Hey, tell me more.
クラーケンが実在する証拠とか根拠とかそういうやつを。
Proof that the Kraken exists, evidence, etc.
証拠って言われても。
Show, even if they say there's evidence. Mina looks like a Mogyu dog that has wandered into a schoolyard. A troubled expression, but that didn't last long. Mina immediately looked bright and said,
マリー・セレスト号の事件って知ってますか？
Do you know about the Marie Celeste incident?
マリー・セレスト号？
Marie Celeste? Oh dear, what weird history thing are we about to learn here? Mew didn't seem to know. Yeah, let's say we know about it. But I knew. I explained it to Mew. I can read it. I can read enough like Japanese to tell which one was I know it and which one is I don't. Right? Let me tell you about this incident. On the 12th month, the 4th day of 1872, so December 4th, 1872, the Dei Gracia was sailing in the Atlantic, well, I guess that's right, sailing in the Atlantic Ocean when it discovered a cargo ship floating on the ocean. Oh, this is going to be where they found, like, no people in it, or whatever? The name of that cargo ship is the Marie Celeste. The cargo was industrial alcohol and was supposed to carry the captain, his wife, his 2-year-old daughter, and 7 sailors. However, when the sailors of Dei Gracia boarded the Marie Celeste, there was no one to be seen.
無人のまま漂流してたってこと？
You mean they were left adrift uninhabited? Ah.
けれど、それだけではありません。
Maybe they would be like she was the pronoun used, right? She was left adrift uninhabited. Ah, but that's not all.
他にも不思議なことがいくつかあったそうです。
It seems that there were some strange things happening. Mina suddenly interrupted. There was no need to refuse it outright. I decided to leave the rest to Mina.
不思議なこと？
Something strange?
マリー・セレスト号の食卓には食べかけのシチューや入れたばかりのコーヒーが残されていたらしいのです。
It seems that half-eaten stew and freshly brewed coffee were left on the Marie Celeste dining table.
そのどちらからも湯気が立ち上っていて、直前まで誰かがいたことは明らかでした。
Steam was rising from both of them, and it was obvious that someone had been there just before.
また、キッチンの鍋も火にかけられたまま、中のお湯はグツグツと煮立っていたといいます。
Also, the pot in the kitchen was left on the fire, and the water inside was said to be simmering.
じゃあきっと何か突然のトラブルに見舞われたんだ。
So they must have encountered some kind of sudden trouble.
例えば船の底に穴が開いちゃったとか。
For example, there was a hole in the bottom of the ship.
それで慌てて救命ボートに乗り込んで。
So they hurriedly boarded the lifeboat.
いいえ、救命ボートは残されたままだったそうです。
No, it seems the lifeboat was left behind.
ボートをつないでいたロープにもほどかれた形跡はありませんでした。
There was no sign that the rope that tied the boat had been loosened.
それからもう一つ、船底に穴が開いていたというようなこともありません。
And one more thing, there was no hole at the bottom of the ship. Now I'm going to Google this right here, right now, because obviously Ujikoshi exaggerates these things, but I want to figure out what, like, get a hint to get an idea of like the like less exaggerated version. Briggs, this is Wikipedia. Briggs' mother say that they intend to leave on Tuesday. Our vessel is in beautiful trim, and I hope you shall find passage. Better conditions. Oh. Okay. Okay, so there's nobody on deck. So they're on the coast of Portugal, by the way. Okay. Sails were partly set and in poor condition. Okay. The ship's single lifeboat was a small yawl that had apparently been stowed across the main hatch, but it was missing. While the binnacle housing, the ship's compass had shifted from its place and its glass cover was broken. There are 3.5 feet of water in the hold. Significant but not alarming amount for a ship of this size. Makeshift sounding rod was found abandoned on the deck. His lifeboat was actually missing. Found the log. Final entry was 9 days earlier. Put the position. The interior is wet and untidy. Water entrance to the doorways and the skylight, but were otherwise reasonable order. There was no food prepared or under preparation, but there are sample provisions in the stores. No fire or violence. Okay. So the people disappeared and they don't know what happened to them. Okay, so that's true, but there weren't like food being prepared and there wasn't like the lifeboat was indeed gone. So yeah, that's the thing with the Uchikoshi always like takes a story and like makes it like it exists. It's a true story, but he exaggerates bits of it to make it fit into his plot more as he includes it. And he does this in 999 as well. With the novel Futility, right? He plays it up to make it have more resemblance to the actual sinking of the Titanic than the book actually has, and so on. Okay. There's no hole at the bottom of the ship, and that was correct, although it was slightly flooded. The ship was undamaged. That's not true, it was slightly damaged. But it wasn't really doesn't really seem like it was going to be sunk, but it did have slight damage, according to Wikipedia.
航行可能な状態のまま、マリー・セレスト号は放棄されたということになります。
In other words, the Marie Celeste was abandoned while remaining navigable.
にもかかわらず、どういうわけか、船内は水浸しになっていたそうです。
Despite that, for some reason, the inside of the ship was apparently flooded with water. Oh, okay, so apparently it was.
甲板もキャビンの床もありとあらゆるところが
The deck, the cabin floor, everything.
まるで高波にでも飲み込まれたかのように。
It's like being swallowed by a high wave. Okay, so he's right about that. There's like a little bit of water in there. I felt like interjecting a few times, but I held back the urge.
船内は水浸しか。
The parts that are sure she's wrong, is that where you're going to interject? The inside of the ship is full of water? But not enough to sink it, Mew whispers. She crossed her arms and looked down deep in thought. It's like the Kraken. Eventually, Mew suddenly looked up and let out a particularly high-pitched noise. I understand.
はい、ミュウちゃん。答えは
Yes, Mew-chan, what's the answer? When Mina urged, Mew answered as follows, her eyes shining brightly. Zubari!
マリー・セレスト号は海の怪物クラーケンに襲われたのだ。
The Marie Celeste was attacked by the sea monster, the Kraken. I couldn't help but loosen my mouth.
ああ、今鼻で笑ったでしょ。
Oh, you're just lolling. Too bad, it's too stupid.
なんでよ。
Why? Most of what Mina just said is bullshit.
でたらめ
Why did I have to read that when that was a translation? That wasn't even what the author wrote. I just basically cussed on my own accord. Oh, they would say nonsense in the new Google Translate, which is what I usually say is the substitute. That's usually my pseudo cuss is just nonsense. Okay. Nonsense. It's true, the inside of the ship was flooded with water. Everything else is a fabrication that someone came up with to make the story more interesting. Oh, he's gonna correct it. Okay, sometimes Uchikoshi doesn't do this. That's the funny thing. He decided to be forefront to not do the corrections. The stories about stew, the stories about coffee, and the stories about the pot that was left on the fire, everything.
じゃあ救命ボートの話は
What about the lifeboat? That's also a lie. Okay, so he corrects it. He doesn't always do. Later games, he doesn't do that. Actually, the lifeboat seems to have been separated and no one remained on the ship.
そうなんだ
I see. Oh, that's right, Mina. That's right, Mina. You also knew it was a fabrication, right? When I asked, Mina peeked out the tip of her tongue.
バレちゃいました？
Hey, did you find out?
ミュウちゃんがクラーケンが実在する証拠をなんて言うもんだからつい。
Mew-chan said proof the Kraken exists, so I just,
なんだつまんないの
What? It's so boring. Yeah, now you figure out why people think the pyramids were made were built 10,000 years ago instead of 4,000 years ago, because that would be less boring. Just sometimes the world is boring. Pragmatic belief for interest reasons, right? I find the alternative theories more exciting. Mew puffed her cheeks and kicked a pebble at her feet.
でもさマリー・セレスト号が無人のまま見つかったっていうのは本当なんでしょ
But it's true that the Marie Celeste was found unoccupied. Oh, that's a true story.
だったら本当は何が起こったっていうの
Then what really happened?
それはまだ分かっていないのです。
That's... I don't understand yet.
一体マリー・セレスト号で何があったのか。
What on earth happened on the Marie Celeste?
人々はどこに消えてしまったのか。
Where had the people disappeared to?
事件は謎に包まれたまま。そのミステリアスな部分だけが誇張され、脚色を施されて、今も人々の間で語り継がれているのです。
The incident remains shrouded in mystery, and only the mysterious part has been exaggerated and dramatized, and is still talked about among people even today. I casually turned my attention to the cityscape. An intersection with no one, a group of buildings standing silently. The scene has lost its sense of reality and was like a mirage floating on a waveless ocean. They look alike. A small voice spills from my lips.
何が似てるの
What's the similarity? The situation we are currently facing. It's just like the Marie Celeste incident. We're just now realizing that. I thought she brought that up already just because of that. Partly, it was solely she brought that up because of the Kraken. He was trying to prove the Kraken. Okay. I'd already noticed it. Mina's real intention was not to talk about the octopus monster. Oh, she was, okay. Oh, that's why she brought it up. Okay. Cool. I was right then. Perhaps her purpose was to tell us about the Marie Celeste incident itself.
そっか
I see.
だとすると私たちはデイグラシア号の乗組員で
In that case, we are the crew of the De Gracia.
この町全体がマリー・セレスト号
The whole city, the Marie Celeste.
あるいはその逆の可能性もありますけど。
Or it could be the other way around. Reverse?
はい、逆です。
Yes, it's the opposite.
私たちがマリー・セレスト号の乗組員で、
We are the crew of the Marie Celeste.
デイグラシア号の人たちは今、消えてしまった私たちのことを探しているのかも。
Maybe the people on De Gracia are looking for us who have disappeared. Both are true. it depends on whose perspective you're looking at it from.
まあ、あくまでも可能性の話ですけどね。
Well, it's just a possibility. Mina said in a cheerful voice, trying to shake off the unpleasant atmosphere. Okay, so I'm going to end this here. I don't actually have something that's forcing me to. I just decided it's been long enough. I should do something else and not do this same thing all day. So I'm going to make a save. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit after I'm done. So I encountered some technical difficulties here, right? The first would be the translation. We have unsubtitled cutscenes with just audio conversations on them, right? Between like a man and a woman trying to schedule something. It'd be nice to know what those say. I don't know enough Japanese to figure it out, right? And secondly, textractor is not extracting the choices text. I don't think LunaHook or LunaTranslator will be able to do that either because it uses the same hook code. It's probably not even worth trying. And so I'm going to have trouble figuring out what the choices read. Like, some of them I can figure it out, right? Like, the one that was explain it myself or leave it for night. What's her name? Should be easy to remember because minor. Yeah, Mina. Should think of Maretu and they should be able to remember it. Instead of leaving it to Mina to explain about the Mori Celeste. The Mary Celeste, not the Mori Celeste. That I could like tell what the choices were, right? Or the one where it was like, let Ometachi explain about amnesia, or I personally explain amnesia. I was able to like see which one was which there. But a lot of these choices, I don't know enough Japanese to figure out what choice is what. And so that's going to make navigating, it just has multiple endings depending on your choices, that's going to make finding them really difficult. I'll try my best. Of course, today I was kind of like not in my best shape for doing this, right? I'm really underslept. I have like a slight undersleep 2 days in a row and it's accumulating. And so I was making a lot of misspeaking, a lot of rambling, and, you know, not the best commentary and competence in gameplay that I've ever displayed, right? We'll try to do better in future parts. So, unfortunately, this Let's Play is, competency-wise, off on a very good start. But we'll see what happens. As far as, and I have to remember to make a cut in the video around 3:38 and 21 seconds. Which is annoying. I hate editing. I want to just apply the audio and upload it. But this one I'm not going to be able to do that because they have that extra thing to consider. As far as the game and the plot itself, it is very much an Uchikoshi game. It is not something left field and unexpected. It is very much in keeping with what the kinds of things Uchikoshi was writing in that era. Like, remember 11999? It's like almost like a bridge between the two. Like, it's becoming more Zero Escape like in its plot and like less Infinity Series like in its plot. It's not reverting back to the dating sim like stuff he was writing earlier on. It is actually it is the sci-fi route that he would have later. So this is what he's most famous for. And this is what appears to be so far what you'd actually be looking for in playing an Uchikoshi game. It doesn't seem to have like a lot of extra info dumps or be boring or something. It is setting up a mystery like you would expect and, you know, doing similar things. It has a lot of the things you find in a lot of Uchikoshi games, a lot of the tropes, right? It has the amnesia. And the opposite of amnesia, actually, this time we have the counter amnesia, the CPS syndrome, that's what it's called. Doesn't mean child protection services, it means something where you don't forget anything. You have perfect videographic memory of your entire life. We have like the weird "is my watch correct" time tricking tropes that occur, you know, in Remember 11 and Zero Time Dilemma, and maybe some other games. like weird mysteries set up that are inexplicable, that you don't know what's going on. Like, why in the world is everybody missing? But the clock, the watches just say they're still on the 20th. Minus has said that it's 2 days ago was the 18th, so she seems to agree that we're at the 20th of a month. So Mina did not specifically confirm that the month was May and the year was 2012. And those little subtle things matter. So Mina might be thinking it's like a different year, and we just haven't gotten that out of her yet. What the reader would naturally think at this point would be that they are pushed into a future, right? That in this future, what's his face? Kiri Dera, or however you pronounce it, managed to accomplish his goal of wiping people out, like he wiped out the whole world, and they just went forward in time to when he had wiped the world out. So they moved like an even number of days, like an integer number of days, so still the time of day same time of day where they landed, and maybe an integer number of months, so it's still the 20th of a month where they landed, but it's in the future otherwise. That might be what's going on. But the first thought is usually not the correct one. Usually you end up with more clues, and those clues give you a bigger picture, a better picture of what's going on. There's somebody, and some big, nasty, weird, aha twist comes out of nowhere. Remember 11 style. Remember 11 style is one of the best with the twists. And then you just feel like a loser because you weren't able to guess the twist. Something we see here that's a little new is the like high level superpowers. This is not something you see from Uchikoshi as much, especially in this era. He does come back to it a little bit in the second AI the Somnium files. You see some high-powered characters, some super-powered characters. You don't even know really to this extent. This is like more even than that. I mean, you didn't see them in Infinity, you didn't see them in Zero Escape. It's only until you get to AI the Somnium files, particularly the second game. I know that Mizuki, that's her name, appears in the first game, but she's like less of a major character, and like she's the only superpowered character. That was like another superpowered character appears. I'm not going to say because of spoilers. And Mizuki plays a bigger role in the second game. But this is like more superpowered stuff even than that. And it seems to be inspired by Kirei syndrome from Ever 17, because one of these things that Kiri, Deru, and Chisato can do is heal and regenerate quickly. But he's also seeming to say that Chisato wasn't able to do that enough to like not have to get surgery. So, kind of like Sugumi from Ever 17, right? She still went into the surgery. It depends on what the remake version, they did the surgery. In the original, I think Yu says her wound closes on its own. If you're watching like this and you haven't played Ever 17 yet, what are you doing? So she didn't actually get surgery. So it's a give or take, right? But they seem to have something that's kind of like that. But of course they're calling it something different. They call it the Sai as opposed to like Kirei syndrome. And it does other things besides make you heal fast. It also makes you teleport and turn and disappear and stuff. And then we have the CPS syndrome, which is also like a superpower as well. We haven't seen the supercomputer yet. We haven't seen Boss, though. We've seen a character just called Boss, who's the boss, so... Seeing some of those things. Okay. I'll save the game. So, I know I've figured out the controls enough to know that right-click brings up the menu. This is saves, and then I can put saves in the third slot. So now I've got 3 saves. And now I can exit. Yes. 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 Okay, now can I hit continue and it can load? Yeah, my saves are there, so I'm all good. Cool. So if you watched all over 5 hours of this, a lot of bumbling and stumbling at the beginning. I get better later on. My throat is sore. Thank you for watching it. If you watch parts of it, thank you for watching it. I'll do better next time. We are probably only like a little bit into the game. Does it have a CG gallery? It may not be accessible immediately. You might have to... may not be able to get into it till later. I'm guessing the silhouettes here are Renmaru and Mew. Mew has that first girl personality, right? She has the Yue, the Yuka, the Yubei Harukana type. I guess the parody of it would be it's embarrassing if I say this. Sayori, right? It's that like kind of carefree, believes in legends, kind of a little bit like ignores you, doesn't mind if you're mean to her, falls in love with you immediately, is your childhood friend, and therefore is the easiest to romance because there's already an affinity. But that's what she is, but this doesn't seem to have romance branching. So not only is she the first girl, she is also potentially the only girl. Depends on whether or not you can romance Mina or not. We'll see how that goes. Memories. No, there's 3 of these, and they aren't unlocked yet, probably because I haven't gotten an ending yet. Cool.